state governor. So, being somebody who enjoyed 8 years of executive lawlessness when he was governor in Rivers State, right? So he continued that in Abuja. So when Wike became the minister of Abuja, everything done by his predecessors, right, were almost like cancelled. So for example, Abuja has been existing before Wike even ventured into politics. And successive governments have come and gone. And if you understand the history of land in Abuja, especially from the military era, land in Abuja, after they successfully chased away the real indigenous people of the land by taking almost like 80% of their land as government land. From military time to the civilian era, lands in Abuja had always been like a gift that they share among themselves, that you have to just pay patronage sum of what have you. But they have something that can invalidate that privilege if you fail to pay what they call the land use charges or something. So when Wike came in, the first thing he discovered was that some people have actually stopped paying completely. Rather than the government to now write them and say, pay this up, here you get, or else you're going to be fined. That wasn't the option Wike was giving them in Abuja. Wike discovered that tens of thousands of properties in Abuja and the lands, right, have not been paying their land dues. Not that because they have any wrong documents, or not that they're encroaching on the lands, or no. To some, Wike was surprised, how did some of these military officers manage to acquire this massive land in Abuja? So he wanted part of it. For those who have lots of land, whether you are an organization or they either take it away from you outrightly, or they will take like a 60-70% of the land from you. Yeah. Ordinarily, you would think, oh, it's just, probably Wike is just implementing government policy that some others have not done before. Now, if you want to implement government policy when it comes to land, and you are not trying to grab people's land, right? When people who are genuine owners with government document issued by successive government to them, right? So when the genuine owner presents the genuine document and you realize that you've not been paying your charges though, say, okay, fine. How much charges do I need to pay? If they fail to pay, what government does is either to refer it to debt collectors or fine them. But that's not the plot of Wike. It is purely land grabbing. So he's got all his eyes on some certain areas. And the way he's doing it, right, is this. He will use the media, okay? Initially, right, they will say, these guys they don't have any document, or their documents are fake. Like as if to say it is easier for me and you to just walk to any part of Nigeria today and begin to build on the land. Do you understand? Like without any form of transaction, connection, or what have you that happened. No. So with Wike, more than 100,000 property owners in Abuja, including lands, 100,000 people or properties like that, right? They were stolen by people. Government was not aware. All those properties is demolishing. All those houses that have been there for 30, 40 years, that is demolishing. He's demolishing them because to him, they stole the land. So he always goes everywhere with the media so that they will be able to, you know what I mean, like capture some of those times when he's like grandstanding, throwing his weight all around. People are hailing him and all of that. The real landowners, the real owners that have taken their lands will be all over the place crying, calling for help. Everybody will just look at them and look away. Then it moves to the next one, to the next one. So in Abuja, there have been soldiers like retired majors and all of them who have been like, Wike has taken their land. He's taking the land of Julius Baja, University of Abuja. Name or who you be. So that's the kind of the braggadocio that Wike is using. All he has to tell you is just to say, those people stole the land. They encroached on it. Their documents were fake. They were not fake until Wike became the FCT minister. And sadly, because like I said, he's not doing it alone. As he is stealing the land from them, he is reallocating them to himself, his children, family members, friends, politicians alike, including judges in Abuja. They are all getting this free land reallocation after taking them from this, so that you won't be able to say maybe Wike is stealing the land for himself alone. No. He's carrying all of them along. So if you want to cry to any institution, for example, let's go to courts. Let's go and call this. You know what I mean? So then you get to court, you realize that the judges themselves have gotten their own share. Apart from him building houses for them, Wike mad gone. He will clear out this place, like this entire place now, take all their lands, use the media to gag them, and that will be their end, right? Then Wike will say, oh, we are going to build the judges' quarters on that place. We're going to build this or that there. So you see the rest of the expanse of land, yeah, you won't even have to ask him what he's doing with the rest. So what happened today in Abuja is one of those situations where the homeowners or landowners in Abuja have been told that their documents were fake. And because they are fake to Wike, the only authority that can tell you if your document is original or if it's fake. So to Wike, all of them are fake. They can go anywhere. They can use all their connections. It doesn't give a damn until this morning. So it was said that, as usual, Wike was carrying out his regular demolition again in Abuja to take people's lands. So one major, which I don't know, I think I've got his image. No, I don't. I moved it afterward, but I may actually show you, right? So one major who happened to be probably a naval officer as well, okay, decided to go band for band with Wike. So Wike sent his bulldozers to go on and do the job. Government has given the order and all of that, right? However, by the time they got to this location, this land, they met some soldiers, okay? And those one told them that do not touch. Here you get, walk away. So that was where the whole encounter, I think, started from. So those ones went away because the soldiers were armed. And they told them that if they move an inch, if you drive that tractor a bit further, we're going to shoot you. And it is Nigeria, show you guys. So sometimes, we have seen police officers, got beaten up by the Nigerian soldiers. So meanwhile, they were supposed to be of the same government or the same, system, right? So those ones went back to go and call Wike. Wike, the minister of yeah. Because that's what he does. So he decided that, who are those people? What soldier? In this Abuja, like usual. So he called this convoy in the, the usual intimidating way. Let's go there. Get there, which that person? This, Indeed, when Wike got there with hundreds of his own policemen, DSS, and God knows what, right? And then praise singers. When Wike got there, as usual, he realized that these guys were not actually faced. They were not moved. So they're acting typical soldiers, you know what? The only order we got was to make sure that nothing happens to this property, nothing happens to this land, and you do nothing here. So if that's going to change in the next minute, it will have to come from the person who posted us here. While some Nigerians are supporting this military officer or standing up in front of Wike when Wike decided to go toe to toe with him, to his face, calling him a fool. You are a fool. You are a fool. That one was no, I'm not a fool. I'm not a fool, sir. So standing up there, usually Nigerians believe that it doesn't matter. Knowing who Wike was, right? And what Nigeria also is as well, right? That soldier, the moment the minister showed up, minister Wike, the moment he showed up, the soldiers would just move aside. This one was no. Sorry. So the entire encounter, the exchanges, is what went viral this afternoon. Because if there is a politician in Nigeria today, that people are waiting for his complete destruction and disgrace or whatever, Wike is one of them, genuinely. And he also himself, he knew, he kind of knows that himself, right? So Wike has one single lifeline, and the best prayer is for that lifeline not to be pulled, and that is a Tinubu. If Tinubu should first downgrade Wike from that Abuja to something, and after a few months removed him, I don't know what life would be like for Wike outside the current bubble that he lives in. So others are like, no, that soldier might have acted a little bit out of order because Wike is representing the presidiot, the Tinubu. Since he is a representative of the presidiot, therefore the soldier should see Wike as the representative of his own commander-in-chief. You know Nigerians now. Everybody is debating it right now. Now, don't let me keep you waiting for too long in case if you haven't really seen it. Okay, I bet a lot of you have already. There are many parts to it that I'm going to share with you this evening as well. Not just that long one. There are others too. But let's say the first one, the long one, when Wike walked straight to this young man and demanded that, on whose authority are you here to stop my people from taking over this land? And these exchanges happened.
So let me say, I request to enlighten me. So there's no such thing as reformer by why is it's not okay. It's still not.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
Show me the document you have. You have no document.
I have documents.
Bring the document.
I have documents and everything has been submitted.
Excuse me. I'm a minister. You cannot tell me. You cannot tell me that. We cannot continue to add in this impurity. Where the approval even to keep. You cannot continue this way. This country cannot continue along this line. How can that man at his level, even if he has a problem, he cannot reach me and say, I'm sorry, see what I have. You will send soldiers to intimidate who? We are all from this country. And this is government. You cannot be higher than any government. You cannot be carrying guns to intimidate people to not to do their work. Let me tell you, if not government was first staff who spoke to me now, you could have killed everybody here. No problem. I'm not one of those that they can intimidate.
On the contrary,
I'm doing my job.
We are not intimidating anybody.
That's what you're doing.
The civilian, the engineer mobilized to site, and then staff or workers of SEDA look at this.
No, listen now.
That is threatening them. And that was when the admiral gave the order.
He cannot give order against government.
Because the papers are complete and he said it's submitted.
Are you the one? Listen, you don't the police one. Are you the one that will say paper? What will show me that you are first of all, show me that government gave you this. Show me that you have an approval to build what you are building. It has nothing to do with I'm a vice admiral, I'm a lieutenant general. That is nothing. We must work according to law. We must work according to law.
We forwarded everything to
So you?
No, you cannot tell like this. Don't tell like this. Don't you try this.
I tell you like I'm lying.
Don't tell me this. Keep trying.
Don't tell me I'm lying.
Try. Who are you? Who are you? Who are you?
I am a small boy, but the condition I'm carrying can never very good.
It's not even the interesting part. Okay? That's not the interesting part yet. So the interesting part was that close captured Wike ranting in such a condescending way. Where the Wike was like that's not what he said. It was like, you not seeing me here, like, you know. And that one was like, nah, you are a fool. You are a fool. I said, I'm not a fool, sir. I'm not a fool, sir. At that point, we were expecting with the Wike to slap him. But he was probably holding himself back, like his own security guys, everybody around him, they were, you know, they were trying to speak up until the guy was like, I am talking, you are talking, I'm talking, the policeman is talking. That police see this young guy, right? And the police officer with the Wike, that police officer should be probably in his 50s, kind of like an old guy. And this young man couldn't be more than maybe 26 or 27, max. Okay, but he's a naval officer. So right there, when these police officers were trying to kind of speak for with a Wike, you know what they would have done normally, right? They would have disarmed them. Here you get. I don't know what happened though, because from my own experience in this instance, right? The first thing that will happen before the minister will even like come out of his car in this situation like this, right? Or maybe a governor, before he will come out of his car, the security guys will first approach, disarm these officers, ensure that they are not armed anymore. Then this big man minister will now come and address them. Since these officers have been disarmed by their maybe superior or somebody there has got and made an, you know, like, shall disarm them. But in this instance, these ones were holding on to their guns. So. And that guy speaking to Wike seems to be their leader. More or less like their senior. That's like, if he tells them that defend yourself and shoot, you go see where the Wike run before they shoot them. I'm just saying. So the police officers, all these retinue of security guys with Wike, some of them they just became spectators. As Wike was talking, they were saying, yes. But that wasn't the plan. When they called Wike from his office. Now, watch this close shot. The close shot of Wike spitting in the face of this young man, your minister, Wike.
That's your officer. Nobody does that.
We did not carry anybody.
The man took the line. We will not allow because he was chief of naval and then for you to carry line.
Sir, everything was acquired legally.
Will you stop that?
Will
you stop that?
I'm an officer, I have integrity.
Shut up, your mouth, put
I
officer.
will not shut up.
Will you get out?
Sir, I won't shut up. Sir,
I was in school, you're not in school.
Sir, you can't shut
Will
me
you keep quiet?
You
You're
can't
a
shut me
big
up, sir.
fool.
I'm not
You are a big fool.
I'm not a
You
fool,
think you
sir.
can shoot anybody like that?
Sir, I'm not
You
a
are
fool.
the fool.
I am not a fool, sir.
As for the time I graduated, you were in primary school.
I'm acting on orders.
Take for
You
which
can't
order?
call me a fool.
And this, you will see whether you will not live here.
Sir, you can't call me a fool.
Go
I'm
and
not a
put
fool.
up your
I'm an
hand.
officer. I'm not a fool, sir.
Okay,
I'm
I'm
an
with you.
officer.
So corrupt. You will have killed everybody here.
No, we won't kill anybody. We won't kill anybody. We are acting on orders.
Go and develop your right to see you.
Regular officer, I won't come and
We are going to get out.
Director press.
Nuisance lele.
So that was the Wike who told the officer that get out. So the entire entourage made the U-turn and they left. So Wike was like, let me see you build something there, Baba. The Nigerian soldier, Baba, they go build something. Oh. You get? I just wish that people can give that follow-up. So Wike will probably cry to Bajabia Mole. Then she probably call the chief of staff or something. Now, here is the interesting part where everybody actually was involved. Okay, the whole altercations and all that is captured in these 2-3 clips. I put them together. You need to see it from start to finish. This is the part where some people kind of come to the conclusion that if the military for any reason should take over power in Nigeria, there is a chance that for the first 48 hours, they will receive the biggest never seen before kind of support ever recorded in that country. Because there is a level of impunity that the criminal politicians have become so accustomed to. Enough that even those in the military, as much as they are compromised as well, right? Even in the military, some of them probably feel the same disgust that some of you feel towards these guys. You know, the disgust of, man, you know, the abuse of power, the bullying, the impunity, plus the corruption, of course, and the arrogance that comes with all of it. And then while you watch powerlessly, helplessly, okay? So somehow, if some of you are given the chance, like a revolution happening right now, there are some of you that once that bell sounds, you have your target. You have the people that somehow you want them to become the what they call the sacrifices for the revolution. Politicians, though, all over Nigeria. And the politicians in Nigeria, I actually really feel sorry for them as well. I do. Because they have gotten to that stage, okay? They have gotten to that level or that stage of, you know, that level of, you know, that they are not afraid of anything anymore. You see, when you are in public office, as no matter how much people kind of like you and all that, you know, if you have a system that indeed punishes criminals, all right? So if you enter public office and you realize that one little slip can ruin your life forever, it can actually lead you to jail. Here you get. So as a politician, right, you always be very kind of like cautious or completely never get yourself involved in anything that can, you know, ruin you. But it's not in Nigeria. In fact, the more criminally you are in Nigeria, the more politically viable they believe you are. You get what I mean now? So they have now gotten to a stage where they've bought the military, bought the police, they've bought the judiciary, they've bought the civil society, they've bought the church, they've bought the mosque, they've bought everywhere. While everybody is wallowing in this old conundrum of, is this a country or not, right? These important institutions that are supposed to make up a society by standing for probity, accountability, and responsibility, or responsible government, kind of. Because the society that they have created is what we have right now, where politicians are so full of themselves that they believe that they are the law themselves. You get what I mean now? Like, your politicians have gotten to a stage where they believe that they are the law. There's no way they are below. So you get like they are like below, they are above your law. So it's whatever they call the law that will be law. Even if you are reading a section of your constitution that says this, if they tell you no, this is what we are doing, that is the law. So when you get to that stage, the election no longer counts. That people's voices, people's views, people's displeasure, disappointments are no longer important to you anymore. That people can't choose their own representatives anymore. That you have fixed the entire system enough that you could keep yourself in power in perpetuity. So that is the time the bubble will burst. It is the time that they will do things that ordinarily a lot of you will be wondering, why would this even happen? Why did they allow this? When it gets to that stage, Baba, you see these politicians that are feeling so powerful, you will see some of them beaten, bloodied, like even killed when the uprising will start. The animosity, the anger is a built-up anger, and they don't care. You get what I mean now? When they talk as if to say, like they are like God, like they play God. The day the castle will burst, the level of anger and rage, both in some of these institutions we are talking about, in church, in mosque, in this military, in the police, in the civil society, most of all these people that are in the judiciary, all these guys that you felt like they've bought all these institutions, right? Within those institutions are those who are Nigerians, okay, that are indeed disgusted, right, by the role the institutions they belong to, the role they are playing in this ruined contraption. So the day the whole thing is going to do boom, see these politicians that are feeling so powerful. you will feel so sorry for some of them. You will feel sorry for their families because they will kill them. They will kill their families. They will burn their properties. Many of them will run to exile. That's why I said I feel sorry for them. Because right now, a lot of them are living on top of the world, very powerful. They can do anything and undo. But encounters like this should remind them that the opportunity back creates if a chance, if an opportunity just kind of like happen, there are millions of Nigerians that can't wait to slaughter you. If you are a politician watching me right now, enjoy it all. Keep enjoying that. A noise, a lot of them, the noise that they make for social media, blah, blah, blah. Watch this, which is, yeah, the one I said that an extended, here.
And this is government. You cannot be higher than any government. You cannot be carrying gun to intimidate people not to do their work. Let me tell you, if God can achieve my first half, who spoke to me now, you could have killed everybody here. No problem. I'm not one of those that they can intimidate and do my job. That's what you're doing.
The civilian, the engineer mobilized to site, and then staff or workers of SCDA, look at the
No, listen now. That is the problem.
And that was when
They cannot give order against government.
because the papers are complete and
Are you the one? You know the police one. Are you the one that will say paper? Which will show me that you are what? First of all, show me that government gave you this place. Two, show me that you have an approval to build what you are building. It has nothing to do with an advice admiral and a lieutenant general. That is not it. We must work according to law. We must work according to law. And who? So who?
No, don't say like this. Don't say like this. Don't you try it. I say like I'm I'm a small boy, but the commission of carrying it. Very confused. Very confused.
I don't know what I need to talk to
Abdul, don't worry.
Okay, what do you mean? Can you come there?
Hello, sir. Morning, sir. I'm fine, thank you, sir. Sir, yes, sir. Afternoon, sir. I'm Navy Lieutenant Charade, sir. Security officer to Vice Admiral for good time. Yes, sir. So I'm here on the orders. Yes, I'm here on the orders of the admiral. Sir, we mobilized to site a couple of days ago, and then the engineer kept telling us that policemen are coming to embarrass them and harass them, and they've been coming to threaten them that if they don't leave, they will strike them, they will arrest them and all. And then he brought it to our attention. So as the security officer to the Vice Admiral, I was called, and then we acted. Sir, we are not doing anything illegal. We are here on the orders of the Vice Admiral. That's it. Ours is just to come and explain.
Stop this here. Who are you now? Who are you now?
Be quiet, my friend.
Who are you now? I'm like, get out of here.
Nah, this, you know who? The mumu. I stay old like this now, no get sense. He's a spectator and I'm supposed to get sense. They will talk to him, so I tell the show. It is that you can take care of your family. Let's go, Joe. It is that we will go there. It is that we don't know how to fight. We will respect where we come from. When it happen like this now, your family go suffer. You there, Oga is fine, Gary. Oga is fine. Oga is fine. Oga is fine, Gary. It's fine. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. It's fine, sir. Yes. Thank you, sir. Everything is fine, sir. It's okay. Oh. No. I think I'm winning. No issue. That's why we don't talk anything. But him supposed to be like in our family. No big serious corner now. They don't go anywhere now. I said, when they throw for this, what's it called? This way they train you, they say annoyance. Don't worry, go drop rifle. Don't worry. Don't know what is happening in this country.
So pretty much like power versus power, because that's what Nigeria is all about. Nigeria is a place where you just have to know somebody who knows somebody. In the absence of that, you are the regular potential victims of their corruption. Okay, there have been like thousands of people who have lost their properties in the last 2 years. That Wike is your minister, at least, yeah. And a lot of scandals have been like reported concerning this land grabbing by Wike and his men in Abuja. I have seen a retired general crying on camera, right? That they took his land, they demolished his house, they demolished, you know what I mean? I've seen somebody who seemed to be like a senior military officer to retired, who built his own house. There are like a couple of houses. Then he sold the rest of his land to people who have also built their own houses. So those houses were demolished. His own was also demolished. And he was there and he was saying that he's now homeless. He did nothing. But what they are telling us right now is that Rear Vice Admiral, whoever that is, right? So that a Rear Vice Admiral is the owner of this particular plot of land. They have all of their papers and all of their documents, probably before he became a Vice Admiral, a Rear Admiral, I don't know. So, and to Wike, it's like if I get to your land, you probably will come out, and at the end of the day, he will pull his own string and, nothing will happen. So these ones are not going to wait for him to demolish their property. He won't. So those working there said the police were disturbing them, harassing them, and they are threatening them. So what happened next? They brought in soldiers, naval officers, whose order is very much the same. If you see any police officer there, right, respectfully tell them to turn back and move away. If they create any sort of like a thing, shoot them. They are trespassing. And that's exactly the kind of, combat mode that those guys were. If you listen to the last part of the video, where the guy who was recording the video is he's a soldier himself. And he was talking to that police officer that if this whole thing goes down, your family will suffer. What does that mean? If we start shooting now, don't think those of us who are here are the only people that will be here. The moment you shoot and we begin to engage right now, then they will mobilize. Then it will go beyond this because it is Nigeria. Before you know it, like another 24 hours, Abuja soldiers, the military may be all over the place in Abuja looking for policemen to beat up and beat them to stupor. if anything had happened in that place today. So with Wike putting himself at the center of the whole thing, first is actually a very stupid thing to do. Do you understand? But because it is Nigeria, they've got the power, like, it owe me is here, you know. He is not there to present any papers to say that indeed they're encroaching on the land. He didn't expect the soldiers to be there with the papers landed, document of the land when they are just there on the order of somebody who is there. So power can clash power, where the Wike turned back. So his media that he brought in to come and witness his influence and all that, they won't go empty-handed. They have to go and explain the usual that he normally does. You know, that's what Wike do anyway. Whenever Wike demolishes people's property and those people are in the old social media are calling for help, Wike will go to that area with hundreds of security and praise singers and media. So then he will now speak to the media, like to tell them the reason why they have taken this action. We cannot be in this country. We cannot be lawless. A lawless man is telling us that we cannot be lawless in this country. We must follow the law. A very lawless man, right? Anyway, he went on to explain what happened as part, right? Watch this.
Can you take us back to when this started and what this is all about?
Well, it's unfortunate. And these are the kind of things that the times development. We are aware that the land department and the development control has been mandated to see where the illegal development going on and land grabbing. And when this was brought to my attention, I did instruct them to make sure that nothing takes place in as much as they don't have any illegal papers in terms of legal approval or even the acquisition of the land. And when they came here, I was informed that the soldiers of the military had to chase them away. And I thought probably they will be acting illegally. And so today, when I was in the office, while they came to implement the directive that was given to them by myself, I was called that the military had taken over the place. And I have to come by myself to see things for myself. It's really unfortunate. And you heard what the officer said was said by the former chief of Naval staff. And I don't understand how somebody who attained that position, I see that he has a problem, cannot approach my office to say, look, this is what is going on, this is what is going on. Or simply because he's a military man, he could use that to intimidate Nigerians. I'm not one of those kind of persons that will succumb to blackmail or intimidation. And you can imagine where you cannot even prove where the documents. And the director of the control, he said, look, I was here. I said, bring the documents. You don't have the documents. Bring the approval for building. You don't have it. And how can we continue to allow lawlessness to prevail in this country? What about those who don't have the military? What about those who don't have security? It has gotten to a level where when government officials are carrying out their job, you go and bring security to intimidate them against government officials. I will not accept that. I've spoken to the chief of defense staff and I've spoken to the chief of naval staff, and they have assured me that please, they have to resolve the matter. And we're not coming here to have a shooter with anybody to cause chaos or not. But what I can say, I would not allow it to happen. The way we have done carried our jobs in other areas, in the same way it will be done here. He will not carry out this illegal development and land grab simply because he was the former chief of naval staff. I will not allow that. And that is really where we are.
So we are going to give that a follow-up and see how that played out. Our next take is going to be on the Donald Trump's threat against the Islamic terrorists in Nigeria. For your information, the reason why you probably haven't heard much about what is next is simply because American government has been shut down for like weeks now. So a few days ago, in fact, yesterday or so, that shutdown of government in America has been lifted. If your mullahs who are praying for the terrorists in Nigeria, if there's any better time for them to start praying more, it should be now. And that prayer should be maybe something should distract Donald Trump, right? It's a reminder. So it's going to be our next take. But let's first take I6 take first. All takes.
Wike don't pass person. Who don't meet person with senior ram. I love this soldier.
The man took the Arab, will not allow going on and they built to carry land.
The guy,
Will you stop
the
that?
top back.
Shut up, your man, put us out. Will you get out?
Wike.
I was in school, you're not
Bully don't meet
Will you
bully.
keep quiet? Give them the food.
Soldier we suppose this Sabisa the help us fight.
I'm not
Yeah,
a fool.
to do
I am
defend
not
land.
a fool, sir.
Wike, you think say that everybody in future?
You see what you love me.
Sir, you can't call me from.
Why you not beat him, soldier? Why they don't beat him?
No, we won't kill anybody. We won't kill anybody. We are acting on orders.
Go and develop the other to you. We are going to get out.
If you think Nigeria is not a country of peculiar or particular concern, that means you yourself, you are a person of particular concern. Look at our country. Soldier we suppose they protect people where they buy our people. They fight for land. Minister we suppose get brain. They don't reset in brain. I love my country. Hey, in FCT, they stop Wike from going inside. Wike, you must go back inside. You must go back inside and come back. That land is a land of peculiar concern.
That land is your land.
Oppressor, jab oppressor. Wike, that land is your land, though. As a minister of FCT, it is your land. Don't let everybody take it to the land of peculiar concern. This boy, no, oppressor, jab. We can come chasing like this. Embarrassment. Hey, home minister. Minister FCT. He can enter anywhere. Because he don't care. We can go chop for cross soup. Bully, pass bully. Don't let those soldiers chance you a weekend. Go back. Don't let them chance you. All your hits. The first soldier.
It is smoke Igbo. It is take Indian.
That's a wicked. Now that's a I6 take on Abina Isaac stake. Depends on how you like pronouncing it. Okay. On Wike's self-inflicted embarrassment, disgrace. However, people say is that you can't really shame the shameless. That's applicable to Wike. Now to these terrorists who have now suddenly won the support of some Muslims in Nigeria. President Donald Trump of America spoke against the killings of Christians in Nigeria, and which was supposed to actually be a wake-up call, okay, because they are killing Nigerians, Muslims, Christians, and all that, right? So Christians are like screaming, they are killing us, they are shouting Allahu Akbar, they are beheading us, they are burning our homes, destroying our, all that stuff, like, and they had all their evidence, plastered all over the place. So Donald Trump now said, these killings must stop. And for these killings to stop, the government of Nigeria must do their job of protecting Nigerians. However, the message came as Christians must be protected. Islamic jihadists are killing Christians in Nigeria. Maybe everybody's supposed to say, thank you, Trump, not true. They are killing Muslims too. And you are right. We need to face this government. Government needs to kind of like protect all of us. You know, Tinubu and this gang have had over 1,000 media appearances on top this matter, both local and foreign, explaining to everyone that they are blind. You are blind because Tinubu has done so well with security that only blind people can't see it. Do you understand? All these killings that you are seeing being reported, the kidnappings, all these horrible, gory pictures, right? Tinubu's government was pushing the narrative to say, those are just little pocket of things because they have done so well with security. And at the same time, they are also doing so much to try to twist the narrative. Most of those organizations that have spoken up to respond to Donald Trump, individuals, organizations, and the rest of the even governments, they have always been like ignoring the point that the Islamic jihadists are killing Nigerians, especially the Christians who have become their main targets. And in the process, they are also killing Muslims who they believe disagrees with them. So that then put the entire thing in one and say, oh, they are killing Nigerians. Rather, we started seeing different group Islamic people, especially from northern Nigeria, and the affiliates from outside Nigeria, who started explaining to us why it is a bad idea for Nigerian government to be pressured to go after the terrorists. But they ignore the fact that the main thing is to pressure Nigerian government to really go after these terrorists in a tactical way, where everybody go see. They jumped all of that. The first one, the Islamic jihadists, Fulani terrorists, Boko Haram, Iswapo, Lakurawao, and the rest of all those 22 terrorist organizations operating in Nigeria. Here you get. The message was that get rid of these terrorists or we will do it for you. But we are not advising you. We are going to do some certain things that are not really good. And it's going to affect you guys in government who have the power to end this terrorism, but rather you have industrialized it, you've weaponized it enough that it has become a drain, sort of like a drain pipe on Nigeria, why the economy and the economy of the people, the economy of the country are currently being destroyed. So do something, or we will do something. Okay? So Nigeria is not ready to really do something because they are saying they are already doing something. In fact, they are already achieving greatly. So the security is only exaggerated. While on the other hand, they are also pushing that these terrorists have killed more Muslims. But how contradictory? If you have done so well, then the number should be down, no more, in a way that you are also kind of like dismissing it, that, don't cause religious kiniko in our country. How is that causing a religious something? They didn't say Muslims are killing Christians, or Christians and Muslims are not staying together, right? It's not Muslim Christians that are killing themselves in Nigeria. Islamic jihadists, Islamic terrorists, established ones, are slaughtering Nigerians. Here you get. For God knows all their different purposes. So, for God gives a damn about their purpose and the reason why they are doing it. The job of the government is to protect you and me. So when government kind of like failed in that side, yeah, then they do not, ordinarily, they shouldn't have any right or control on how you then defend yourself. But unfortunately, these criminals continue after abandoning their own duty, their own responsibility of keeping us safe, right? They went as far as disarming us while we watch terrorists. stroll into towns with their weapons in their hundreds for peace meeting. So that is how your government is indicted, as being those who are sponsoring the terrorists. Do you understand? If your government was supposed to really crush them, are convincing you why giving them lands, giving them money, rehabilitating them, and all this bullshit they are doing is a solution. And at the same time, the terrorists continue to kill you. So what do you call that? Eh? Your government says we are doing everything fine, but you are being killed. Those who are killing you, right? They still have the right to bear their arms, their weapons, and all of that, right? You don't. If you dare, if they find you with ordinary kitchen knife, you'll be charged with terrorism. But right before your very eyes, you are looking at terrorists. They are giving them different names. Bandits, gunmen. Just to make sure that they water it down in your brain, in your mind. You can see how much involved they are. How much they are actually really tolerating this. So if America says, stop it, stop doing this, you should focus on them. No, because America hasn't even acted yet. They haven't even announced sanctions yet. They haven't started kind of acting. Just do something. The entire country has gone into, hey, they want to come and attack us. They want to come and invade us. We must know that it's an attack on Muslim. How? As how now? So anyway, the guy who has been the what should we call Gumi? Sheikh Osama bin Gumi, who has been an advocate and mouthpiece for these terrorists in Nigeria, right? Seem to be on the run. I mean, that's what we are going to interpret it as, by the way, okay? He can't go to Saudi Arabia. However, he was spotted in Istanbul, in Turkey, just yesterday. And he's also doing media runs in that place too. So yeah, he was seen in Turkey. So Sheikh Osama bin Gumi continued his message of anti-attack on this terrorist, right? While others are saying, because initially, right, Gumi hinted, among all the nonsense is kind of like spewed in the last few days, right, or a few weeks now. So Gumi said that America coming to kill the terrorists is more than that. That from what he is aware of, America is not just coming for the terrorists. Trump is not just coming for the terrorists, if they eventually come, right? They are also coming for their sponsors. Their sponsors include those who are enabling them. Sheikh Osama bin Gumi is probably between 1 and 5. 1 to 5. Among those. So Gumi believes that there are some sheikhs in northern Nigeria that American, Marines and the rest of them will target and eliminate. So when he said that, and right now he is not in Nigeria, a lot of people now believe that, well, he is acting smart enough to know that if things gets to that stage, he is likely going to have a safe haven in Turkey, where Erdogan is in charge. Erdogan is American ally. I don't think Turkey is a good idea for him to go to. But he had a media chat where he went to defend the terrorists. Before we go back to Nigeria. That's Osama bin Gumi. So I don't know where he's going to go next and where he's going to end up, if he's going to return to Nigeria before anything happens. But in Nigeria, a group called the Supreme Islamic Council, so the Supreme Council of Islamic Affairs, an organization that was put together for the glorious, for the glory rather, but maybe glorification rather, glorification of the Sultan of Sokoto. So the Sultan of Sokoto is like their life patron at the head of the Islamists in Nigeria. in their own position, it is believed that if America should come, your Sultan of Sokoto may actually become a collateral damage. The caliphate may be gone. Now, there are so many conspiracy theories that people have been like cooking in the last few weeks. There are those who are cooking what they call the geopolitics, sort of like sentiments. There are those who have been cooking their own religious sort of like a sentiment as a means of defense, right? However, the what do you call it? The Islamists themselves, right? When I say the extremists, mostly, right? The extremists themselves. So in their own propaganda, so they have imagined a lot that could happen because it's America. And part of what I'm using as conspiracy right now, okay, is that they believe that if anyone should pay attention to how Donald Trump operates, Donald Trump probably lies going to the heart of the matter like that. Here you get. When he was having this spat with Iran, and they had to take out some of their generals, which actually really pained them that time. I don't know if you remember, right? So when they were tracking all these guys around, ordinarily, right, they believe that Iran have their own terror cells all over the world. That Iran kind of like funds, Iran government. That's American probably intel, right? So America also believed that there are some of these generals in the Iranian army, right, who have direct connection to these terror cells. So rather than go after the terrorists themselves, right, you started kind of like taking out these generals, start taking them out in their own country. Like, so people like the Sultan of Sokoto, the Islamic Supreme Council of Islamic Affairs and all of their members, they could have imagined all of this and say, hey, what these people are calling terrorism is a jihad. We all know that. We may not like the way these people are doing it, but over the years, they've all played one role or another in enabling this madness to last this long by pulling their own strings behind the scene to ensure that the government that should go after them didn't go after them. So if America now have their intel to show that their roles in all of this is even deeper than what some of us can merely conjure, right? And that Iran treatment may happen, which means America will go to the heart of it, destroy the entire caliphate thinking, because destroy the entire caliphate. And if that should happen, it will lead Nigeria to everlasting religious kind of war, because they believe that if anything should happen to the caliphate, Sokoto Caliphate, it's like an attack at the heart of Islam in Nigeria. So as a Muslim, the Sultan of Sokoto and their Fulani conquerors, they would expect you to make it a religious war. And that is why they are talking in that direction, making you believe that, in the course of trying to say you want to end terrorism, there is more to it. There is more to it. And if we should begin to go deep and deep and deep, Nigeria will break up, Nigeria will scatter. So we should tell America to stay away. We can fix our problem. We can continue to gloss over it until one day, maybe someday, this whole thing will go. That is the agenda. So the person who is also the registrar for JAMB in Nigeria, is he still the registrar? That Professor Oluyede Abiolu, I don't know. You know that guy? The one that stole money that time, and then he was like passing it on to blame other person. It's a different story, don't worry. He's the, I don't know, maybe the secretary or maybe not the spokesperson for Islamic affairs. They are not passionate about the Muslims being killed by these terrorists. But guess what? They are mostly offended that America said Christians are being killed by the Islamic jihadists in Nigeria. They are not jihadists. They are not Islamic extremists. However, they are more tensed. They are more like, you get what I mean? About why America want to come in and kill the terrorists. Here is part of the press conference they had yesterday, I think.
Salatu wa salam ala ashrafil mursalin Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa sallam. Brothers, my sisters in Islam, distinguished members of the press, let me greet you by saying Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. This is the text of the opinion of the Muslim community following a meeting of all Islamic organizations across the country held this morning. So this is to announce, to report, and to express their opinion at this press conference. And I quote, "The Nigerian Supreme Council for Islamic Affairs, following the expanded General Purpose Committee meeting held earlier today being 9th of November 2025, convenes this press conference on behalf of the Nigerian Muslim Ummah to condemn the recent threats against the sovereignty of our nation, Nigeria. We have not been emphasizing the killings of Muslims, not because we are not aware that Muslims are being killed, but because we did not see it and we do not see what was going on as a religious war, but a national security issue. The world is aware, however, that some Islamophobic and unpatriotic Nigerians had authored a dangerous script, promoted it in the Western circles, especially in the United States, and got the attention of the highest levels of the United States government, which are erroneously made to believe that there is a Christian genocide in Nigeria. This is very unfortunate. When the United States of America President, Mr. Donald Trump, labeled our country disgraced, every right-thinking Nigeria was concerned because an ally that is determined to help a sovereign country to completely wipe out the Islamic in quotes, terrorists who are committing these horrible atrocities. Such a country that is ready will offer to assist and collaborate with the country and not use such horrible language to describe a country it aims to partner in wiping out the terrorists. While a number of countries, China, Saudi Arabia, and so on, have also been designated countries of particular concern, the present context of what Nigeria will not like suggests that the plan is a pretext to destabilize our dear country, Nigeria. We reaffirm that there is no Christian genocide in Nigeria. Under Article 2 of the 1948 United Nations Convention on the Promotion and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide and Article 6 of the Rome Statute, the crime is defined by a critical mental element known as dolus specialis. This is the specific intent to destroy the whole or parts, to destroy in whole or in part a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group. As such, there is nothing of such in Nigeria. For the avoidance of doubt, what Nigeria faces is a complex and tragic security crisis that brings immeasurable pain to all its citizens, regardless of faith or ethnic persuasion. From Katsina to Borno, and from Benue to Plateau, as well as to Kaduna and Kwara, Nigeria bleeds through gruesome savagery against Muslims and Christians, imams and priests. Non-partisan experts have refuted this blackmail, and Amnesty International, which methodically
ẹni òfò ni ẹ ṣòfò láyé ẹ tún ṣe lálìkìyàmà ẹ̀yin rádaràda wọ̀nyí. ẹni òfò ni ẹ ṣòfò láyé ẹ tún ṣe lálìkìyàmà ẹ̀yin rádaràda wọ̀nyí. ẹni.
Allahumma amin. Amin. Allahumma amin. Olóyèdè àbíkẹ́lẹ́ porúkọ ẹ̀, right? Again, when you pay attention very well, okay, to the tone, the countenance and all that, when he was responding to what he believed, or the same twisted narrative of saying that Christians are being killed in Nigeria, or Christian genocide in Nigeria, is an effort to destabilize Nigeria. How? And you then go to the part where they started talking about, yeah, Nigerians are bleeding, they are killing Nigerians, they are killing all Nigerians everywhere, they blah, they blah, they blah. You would then expect them to then turn around and pass their own verdict on the government. That yes, the government might think they said they are doing their best and all of that, but their best is not enough. There are more Muslims also being killed. And he also said that the reason why they have not raised the alarm was because they didn't see the killings of Muslims as religious. Eh? Islamic Affairs, Supreme Council of Islamic Affairs, among their foot soldiers, right, who have been trying to help twist this for days or weeks now. They will tell you that more Muslims have been killed than Christians. People have asked them, so can they at least show us the mass graves and all these bodies? And also, if you are really, really a human being, how long have you known that more Muslims are being killed in this manner, gruesomely? How long? So to you, if you react, I'm trying to use this context now, right? So if you had reacted, so it's going to be like, it's going to cause religious war or what? So that then takes us to the next question. Muslims are being killed, Christians are being killed because your government can't protect you, right? Who are those killing them? Do you have Christian terrorist group in northern Nigeria at all that are particularly targeting Muslims and their mosques? Because there are evidence of these Islamists targeting Christian communities, their churches, their pastors, their reverend fathers. We have videos of communities, leveled down by these terrorists, burned down to ashes. We have communities who have, Christian schools with Christian students, children who have been en masse kidnapped by these terrorists. We have videos of where these terrorists are forcefully converting people to Islam in Nigeria. So if we now want to say Nigerians are being killed regardless of their religion, here you get. So the question should be, who is killing them? Who are these people killing Nigerians? And how do you feel about that? Because these people are killing Muslims. They've killed a lot of Muslims, right? And you as the Supreme Council of Islamic Affairs, Why did it take Trump to speak before you now decided to call a press conference on the killings of Nigerians? Because the intention is not actually to get the terrorists eliminated. The terrorists, they are like, they're like cancer that will begin to kind of like spread. When cancer starts, it begins to affect other parts of, the organs in your body, functioning and the rest of that. But that depends on the stage. So if it is still very early, they can just go straight to the tumor, just uproot it out and hope that it will not kind of like come back. The terrorists in Nigeria, they have roots, their sponsor, and those who are using the instrument of government to try to shield them. So if you want to uproot the terrorists, you have to uproot their sponsor. Because the moment they don't hear anymore from their sponsor, they're going to bleed out, drop their weapons, and run away. But if you are buying weapons and apart from leaving some of them for these terrorists to steal, then you have them there just for decorations, or maybe whenever you decided to use them on your citizens, Nigerians. So what is the use? What is the benefit? So those who are the Supreme Council of Islamic Affairs, I needed to listen to this other part, where you would think they can now express their own displeasure of how government is handling the killings of their own brothers and brethren, Sabi. They don't give a damn about those being killed. This is an assured job to present, like Tinubu and his gang have been pushing, an assured job to present a common front to say, you know what, Nigeria is a sovereign country. Leave us alone. We can take care of our affair. I hope that will be enough. Listen to Ololede.
Facts. I don't think he has had a very good briefing about the nature of this conflict. Some unquote. Senior researchers like Samuel Malik of the Pan-African think tank, Good Governance in Africa, some researchers, including him, have also stated that there is no credible evidence of a state-led or coordinated campaign to exterminate Christians, which is what genocide is. The genocide claim completely collapses when confronted with reality, context, and verifiable data. The Armed Conflict Location and Event Data Project, ACLED, reports in its reporting of 2022 proves conclusively that the overwhelming driver of violence in Nigeria is not anti-Christian persecution, as Muslims and people of other faiths are also overwhelmingly affected. While President Trump and Senator Cross named radical Islamists and Islamist jihadists as the culprits, ISWAP and Boko Haram, the fact is that these groups are deviants whose ideology declares Muslims who do not join them as dissidents. Muslims are also their victims. As Amnesty International correctly stated, they kill both Muslims and Christians. They demolish mosques and churches. They don't differentiate. These terrorists are not our representative. They are our mortal enemies. The world knows that some of the terrorist groups being paraded as Islamic are creation of some non-Muslim interests. For instance, it is publicly acknowledged, though some people want to whitewash it, that the United States of America created Al-Qaeda, which is being projected as Islamic. Also, recently, a U.S. Congressman, Perry, testified that the United States Agency for International Development was financing the activities of Boko Haram and other terrorist groups in Nigeria and elsewhere. If the violence in some parts of Nigeria is not religious, you can.
Nuisance leleyi. Nuisance leleyi.
Save us time, Jerry. America is sponsoring them. America is this. America, this and that is. Baba, are you not also seeing your government spending billions rehabilitating terrorists? America is sponsoring them. America is this. And they started Al-Qaeda. They are the ones doing this. Okay, fine. They are. But Nigeria is a sovereign country. No be so. Right before your very eyes. Now America tell them to be doing Operation Safe Corridor for terrorists. Is it America and France and all these people that told Nigerian government accepted to set aside money from the Nigerian people in order to set up ranches, for terrorists? And America tell them that. Even if they do you go see they do yourself. Reason them now. At least you have to see the effort and say, okay, now America, they give Nigeria weapons. Okay, Americans also, they give the terrorists weapons. Abi, in your own country, they became so domiciled that your own soldiers are shooting their fellow soldiers because they are killing too much Boko Haram. Now, America caused that one too. America want to steal your crude oil. Everybody, sure you get, where is your government? Have you ever thought of that? Like, I understand that many Nigerians, like, are completely, hopeless when it comes to this Nigeria thing. So therefore, you can fill their head. You can fill their heads with nonsense. And they will be so proud to have this understanding. I knew that. They have been neocolonialism. They have been the one controlling our leaders. They have been the one this or that. Right. So we are getting there. Your criminal leaders are culpable. And then you, an enabler. Because, you want one Nigeria. But somehow you just don't have a clue which one Nigeria you want. You've accepted that these guys have conquered everything. You are waiting for this shock or this surprise, this messiah or somebody or anything at all. So you've surrendered. As much as we can see so far, you've surrendered to them like you can't do anything to them. What do you want us to do again? We protested, they killed us. We registered to vote, they rigged us out. What else do you want us to do? You want us to just go there and let them kill us? So that's what I meant by you've accepted, the majority have accepted that, you know what, Nigeria is not worth dying for. Maybe they just do whatever they want to do. Then, it is not in your place anymore to confidently be saying that America is the one sponsoring this, America is Kinikon, they are the ones they are the ones doing all these things. Where is your government? Oh, our government have been bought. Fine. Where are you? When I've given up and there's nothing anybody can do about this. Do you get what I'm kind of like trying to get to? Right? It is sometimes very, very, very stupid to confidently keep repeating America is this, America is that, and you are not, by any chance, get so mad that you have criminals who are supposed to protect your interests, but rather they are protecting the interest of America, protect the interest of the terrorists, protecting the interest of all these people that you are pointing your fingers at. And also, those of you who actually do that, okay, you are also helping to defend the criminals in your government. You are helping to tell us that they are powerless. Well, Baba, let me tell you something, Jerry. You don't understand. People, have you had an encounter with people like that you'll be having a chat with, right? Trying to have kind of like a, reasonable conversation, okay? And then, because the only thing they knew, the only thing in their head is that Nigeria can never work because America, UK, they will never let Nigeria work. There are people like that, grown-up people with Tinubu. So the moment you begin to now try kind of like a probe further and say, ask this question and all that, they will then be like, well, Baba, you no go understand. I'm telling you, there's a professor, there's this research, how Europeans underdeveloped Africa. Say, yeah, I know about that. I know about it. Now then, they control our finance, they control everything in this world and everything. They can never let us progress. I'm like, right. You heard that from somewhere, right? Like repeatedly. And somehow you agreed, like Omo, like we can never ever kind of like make it. All these people, they will never let us. But you are omitting something. Your role in that acceptance, as well as the roles of the criminals, your leaders. Right? So if you believe that you can't make it and it can't happen, it won't happen, of course. But reason up, just kind of like reason up. Right? And you realize that if you rise against them tomorrow, do you know something? America will still deal with whoever takes charge based on your terms and conditions. Don't let anybody fool you. Burkina Faso is a small country. Their total external reserve in a French bank is more than 200 billion franc. What do they call them? CFA being a franc. A country that got independence from France over 5 decades ago. Yeah? And the country looked more or less like a war-torn country. Then a young soldier took charge, Ibrahim Traore. So the rest of the world, they were waiting for the collapse of this new fancy guy, Traore, because they've sanctioned them. They've told America to leave, told France to leave. People were waiting for all this superpower to pull up and get rid of these guys because they are just smaller country. They cannot do anything except the Western world says yes. Abag is just wasting his time. They will never let his country grow. Nigerians are now watching a country rebuilding itself from scratch. They are witnessing something that looks more like a national, probably this gave them the national purpose in Burkina Faso. Today, America, France, and all these people, they were first initially bragging, grandstanding. They are doing their best. They are doing all they can. They are dangling different carrots before Ibrahim Traore so that they can come back to the negotiation table so that, sorry about the way we treated you. Sorry about the whole thing. Now, fine. What do you think we can do together? Today, America is no longer bragging. American general is no longer walking all over Africa bragging of how they want to go and give democracy to them in Burkina Faso. Today, do you think there were no oppositions who believed in this your fake democracy in Burkina Faso too? Do you think there were no generations that grew up and they were told that as long as France exists, Burkina Faso will never break even? It's been over 2 years now. They are not there. But you can easily watch them and say, well, they are actually moving. And if nothing truncates that for the next 10, 20 years, they are likely going to recoup a country that is so rich in mineral resources. That lithium that you are using for batteries is one of those things. It's one of the countries with the highest deposit of it in the world. France, they are taking all of this stuff. They are taking other stuff that they are using to power their nuclear plants for electricity in France. Resource that should go for thousands of euros per kg is being taken for peanuts for decades. The people in the country are living in penury. Their politicians, they all have properties in France. They have palaces all over Europe. But back home, it was a jungle for decades. Now they are just building roads. They're just building new buildings. Housing for poor people, schools, hospitals in 2025. So the world will treat you the way you allow yourself to be treated. Yeah. So America is they are the ones sponsoring these people, Jare. They will never let us grow. The blah, the blah. In a country that watched a killer continued as a lawmaker. In 2023, an APC lawmaker in Kano from Dogua, his name is something, Ali Dogua or something, right? This mofo, right? You know what he did? In 2023, as they were doing those their charade, right? So in his own constituency in Kano, there's a part of that constituency where the people there resisted his rigging. They resisted his money. They rejected his money, resisted his rigging. He got so frustrated that on that same day of election, when things were no longer going his way, he mobilized his own thugs. He led them, picked up AK-47 himself, and he went straight to that particular ward in Kano. You know what he did? He picked up those, those guys that were like stopping their rigging plans, right? The women, husband, they mounted them inside the building and they shot this guy. They say he personally shot 2 people dead. Bang, bang. They killed 25 people. They set them ablaze in that building. It's part of the tragedy of 2023 in Kano. So the election was kind of like, said it was inconclusive. Then the whole video of the killings, the whole thing was all over the social media. So they reacted. He was arrested. And others who killed this person, who killed these people, they arrested them. Baba, within a week or so, they took them to court for murder trial. A few weeks after that, they said those people that they arrested with him now confessed that he was not there. He did not send them. That his political enemies are the ones who said he was there. Baba, with video evidence, photo, where they were shooting those people. There are some things I can't really show you here. They are so gory. Like the video of the ISWAP and Boko Haram killing themselves. You understand? Then that was how they removed his name from the murder list. The guy went on to be declared the winner of that election. He is in the National Assembly of Nigeria making laws. He was in London 2 days ago and he turned himself into a content creator. You must have seen this.
Okay, stop.
Yes.
Good morning. It's raining all over. It's a great place. Good. Let's go back. That's our enter the reception. Thank you. Good job.
To recruit from the youths who are unemployed, 33% unemployed. Recruit 50 million youths into the army and take away from their recruitment source. What they will eat? Cassava, àgbàdo, corn in the morning, yam in the afternoon. It's growing here. You create demand and consumption. For over 5 million army of boot camps, we create our food. Abi, that's money for the farmers. That's consumption. for the soldiers and skill development. Don't call them by illiterate, so don't talk about illiteracy. Anybody who can own gun, who can handle gun, who can cock gun and clean the chamber and cock and shoot is technically competent to repair a tractor.
Fellow Nigerians, this is just the beginning.
A reminder is needed. But let's go back to that middle belt, Plateau State, where Reverend Ezekiel Dakomo Abida Dashomo, shared with us the genocide that these loonies would love to keep denying, right? And then we'll go to something next after that. So for a reminder, by the way, if you have been here for this long, please be reminded that like the broadcast, okay? In the Temple of Truth, you liking the broadcast is like you paying the offering, and the like button is right under the video. Use it just once, and continue with your engagement. So here, Reverend Dakomo, I kind of like to pronounce it that way, but I'll say again as well, Dachomo. Let's go to the middle belt. And a man that is now the face of this genocide they love to deny.
When they came chanting Allah Akbar after he has beheaded the head of a Christian, he licked the blood.
Have there been instances where you heard about Muslims also being attacked in a similar manner?
Muslims are saying they are killed, we killed them. Ask them, where did we kill them? Look at the recent killing. Look at this child was killed, and you are saying it's not a genocide.
So you're alleging that some of these attackers are being sponsored by people in power?
Let the Nigerian government prove me wrong. The repentant Boko Haram have been exhausted into Nigerian army and air force, police. That's why Christians must have a say in politics.
Do you have people giving you this information, or it's speculation?
Absolutely, from the bottom of my heart, insiders. I'm over 100% accepting the intervention of Trump, because Nigerian government, their hands are tied.
She's just there, we didn't get the age. Mama, we didn't have her age. This is one, she was also brutal that day. This man was also killed. This baby, she's 12 years old. And somebody will say it's not a genocide. And if they want facts family, like Remo Amokri, let him come to Plateau. I will take him to their grave to prove to him there's genocide in Nigeria. And if Nigerian government will bow down, mellow down, and accept their guilt and say, yes, there's genocide of Christians, they should not generalize it. If they say Muslims are also killed, by who? By Muslims. Why didn't the Muslim cry out? Let them cry out that their people are being killed. But they can't do it. Because they are attacking each other based on their belief in Quran. They are divided. The Muslims in Southwest, South, they are far better. They are very intelligent. They know how to worship Allah in truth. And they stand and love the Christian. They live together, but not in the north. Because of fanatical training that they receive from Iran, from Afghanistan. And they are displaying it. Now they want to stop the children. They can't do it. Because they have enjoyed, the children have enjoyed looting and all that.
What I would advise President Tinubu directly should watch the movement of Shetima, his vice. And I would say he should watch Ribado, his advisor. He should weigh the advice they are giving him. I just pray for Tinubu to survive the cabals that have surrounded him. What he's doing, I know he's ignorant. And Donald Trump is not only coming for Christians. You help our brothers Muslims. And I know many Muslims are not happy with the killing that is in the north. From their brothers, not Christian, attacking Muslim. No. We will never do that. We love them. we'll shield them. If they're hungry, we'll feed them. When Trump comes, and I don't believe he would select Christian. No, no, no. He knows the people that are problem of the nation, in which the hands of the president is tied. I know when Goodluck was about to talk, the insurgent, Buhari came out and said they are killing Muslims. It's all over the media, the papers. Ana Kashe Musulmi, that was his statement. So Boko Haram has become Muslims. So they should stop. Then they don't want this thing to stop. I have insiders that have already warned me that I should be careful with wherever I go, whatever I do, that they have banned until they see my end. They are disgracing themselves. It means they are the sponsors of this insurgent. That is what is happening. And their target is to finish the Christian, so they occupy everything to the oil well. European nations, UN, United Nations, hear our cry. We are also citizens of Nigeria. Come and help us. When they came.
So he's actually one man that I feared for his life in all of this. They could target him and kill him. But his role in the last, especially in the last 5 years of these killings, have been well documented. That's why it's going to be hard for a lot of those who have become the today's advocate of we are defending Islam. No, this has nothing to do with Muslims. It's got nothing to do with Islam, except if you are a terrorist sympathizer that just needs something to, an excuse to use and say, you don't understand. No, you don't understand. You don't. And it's mostly people who are just like stupid that will tell you repeatedly that you don't understand. You don't understand what you are saying. You don't even know that. No, you don't. Those who are going to make you believe that your religion is under attack, because some criminals who are Islamists, by the way, are tarnishing your image, so you have to defend that without you knowing that you are defending terrorists as well. There's no one coming for Muslims. Muslims' lives are endangered in Nigeria. So is Christian lives are also. Here you get. So as a true Muslim who is not in support of terrorism, this should be a welcome development for you. But again, that will make, possibly it's going to make, religion meaningless. Because a lot of you, nothing makes sense to you anymore the moment your religion is mentioned. For reason now, imagine if you get killed right now brutally by these terrorists and people are busy discussing if they should call them Islamic terrorists or if they should call them just terrorists, while you are there languishing, waiting for justice, right? Somebody has something to say similar to what that man said in advising Tinubu, that those around him continue to make him believe that negotiating with terrorists is a good idea, allocating billions, hundreds of billions of naira in rehabilitating these terrorists without justice. So you get, it's a good idea. They prioritize the terrorists than they even care about their victims who are in the IDP camps, refugee camps. Nigeria is not at war. Over 20 million Nigerians have been displaced by terrorists, but Nigeria is not at war. Hundreds of thousands of Nigerians have been slaughtered, while more of that have been kidnapped by these terrorists. Bodies are piling up left, right, and center, and Nigeria is not at war. You reacting to it is why there's going to be war. I'm like, hang on, no. If Nigeria is not at war right now, because you are still attending your Owambe every weekend, what is Nigeria going to look like if Nigeria is at war? Like, you are not at war right now, but every month, you lose over 1,000 lives to these terrorists every month. And that's averagely. And the ones they will report as well. Left, right, and center. And you are not at war. Now imagine if you are at war. How many people will be dying to make the world realize that Nigeria is at war? And it is it is a religious war. Whatever other things that is driving them, you will mask the real thing. That they are also killing the Muslims in this instance would also not kind of like take away that tag. But for Tinubu, he is his own enemy. Trust me.
Our leaders who are making noise in Abuja, they do a lot of things that are not reported in the media about the North. Let me tell you, even immediately, the problem that Mr. President should note, even in the North, that are not in the media at all. There is a local government in Bauchi State that is Christian-dominated. They call it Tafawa Balewa local government.
Okay.
You know that under Issa Yuguda as governor, he should hear this.
Okay.
They unilaterally relocated the headquarters of local government listed in the constitution to Bununu, from Tafawa Balewa to Bununu. And the only Christian member of the House of Assembly in that place, only Christian member, a female Christian member of the House of Assembly, was suspended for criticizing that illegal relocation by the State Assembly. She was suspended, and that was barely a year after the inauguration of the session of their State Assembly. They suspended her till the end of that session for 3 years.
Wow.
Do you know that what you will not read in the media was that they took the case to court, the State High Court sided with the state government against the Constitution. The State High Court.
Wow.
It was only on 30th September 2025. We will not read it in the media. 30th September 2025, barely 2.5 months ago, that the Court of Appeal in Jos quashed that decision of the High Court and the Assembly, and they cited an example in Ekiti State that no individual, no institution has the right to relocate
the headquarters
of a local government as it is listed in the Constitution.
But why did Governor Yuguda, then Governor Yuguda, why did he do that?
He did that one because that is what they do to Christian-dominated areas.
So they removed the local government headquarters from a Christian-dominated place
to a Muslim-dominated area. So you also have state terror to fight. Our leaders who are making noise in Abuja, they do a lot of things that are not reported in the media about the North. Have we seen it in the North that it is quite impossible? Last year, I met a girl from Gwoza, local government in Borno State, who obtained 277 in a U. Yes, in UTME, and was trying to obtain certificate of citizenship from liaison office of Borno State in Abuja here. And could not. They told her to go to, because she is originally from Gwoza, is from an IDP camp. She only managed to get that mark. Was not admitted at the University of Abuja here, I am telling you. Wow. But while trying to secure admission to read law at the University of Abuja, she went to Borno State Liaison Office in Abuja here to obtain...
she's an indigene of Borno State.
They told her to go back to Gwoza to obtain the certificate, but they were giving the same certificate to Muslims from Borno State in the same office before her very eyes. Wow. A police officer got there and said, this is how I have to use another Muslim person to obtain a certificate for me in this office, a serving police officer, female serving police officer that I met. So there are so many issues. Most of the children of Christians from this northern state, this is a very complex issue.
It is.
Very complex issue. Most of these children of Christians from so many northern states cannot get admission to read medicine, law, or these computer science engineering courses, even if their parents, I have so many of them as friends, even if their parents are professors in certain universities. They changed one from medicine to Christian religious knowledge. Arbitrarily, these things are not in the media. We deny this reality in the media about what.
Talking about broken system. The majority of you are probably not even aware of. And they have managed to keep a certain narrative in the media that whenever anybody raises point of view on these topics, they will quickly shut you down with the shout of Islamophobia enemy of the North, enemy of Nigeria, things that will make it more like you're just about to start something that shouldn't be discussed at all. No, don't talk about that. Systemic, sort of like a profiling in that contraption. That's why I feel so sad for some of you who somehow they have managed to be socially conditioned to hate the Igbos. The Igbos are loud. The Igbos are proud. The Igbos are this. They can, they don't have respect for this. They do, those nonsense they put in your head. If majority of you, especially those of you they called minority here, minority there, tribally you are minority here, religiously you are minority there, and when it comes to this part of northern Nigeria, the way we have seen it, there's a chance that, when it's in whether it is in the academic or whether it is in the employment or whether it is in politics, or they have ensured that there is a ceiling above some certain people because of their tribe, because of their religion in Nigeria. And it's a place that you are expected to just pretend that you are all right, you're fine. But you are not all right. You're not fine. What you have is cope. We're raised to have this cope. Just, find a way around it. That if you begin to scrutinize this contraption, this Nigeria, what you are going to discover will tell you that you have been living a lie or living a lie for so long. Not your fault. Many of us have. So suggesting that the people should have a national conversation to decide if they still want to be part of this contraption or not. So you get, is where these important sort of like issues will be raised and everybody's interest will be addressed by an agreed constitution that will be yours, not written by some group of lunatics in uniform. Until that time, that will be going in circle and in circle, right? Well, let's stop by in that same day, Abuja, their National Assembly. I know a lot of them have been trying to say America should stay away, America should stay away, but not the ex-convicts or Jews or Kalu. His own is that America should come and help us, in his words.
President Donald Trump has made some remarks that have been making Nigerians unsettling in the last couple of days. Distinguished sir, as a former governor, former whip, you've been around and you are very close to former US presidents and even senators. What is your response to this and what do you think should be the way forward for Nigeria as a country?
Well, what Donald Trump said, I will also disclose myself fully. I'm pro-America. So for anything I will say, know that it will be pro-America. Did what Donald Trump say, is he a lie? The answer is yes. It's not a lie because Donald Trump said the truth. Nigerians are being killed, whether they are Christians or Muslims. Are they not being killed? If they kill people in Plateau, they go to a church in Plateau, those they will kill are Christians. If they go to Benue, the majority of people they will kill in Benue are Christians. If they go to Zamfara, majority of people they kill in mosque there are Muslims. So these people are jihadists. These people just want to destroy Nigeria. So we should call a black name on them without any pity. They will be smoked out. Let me also tell you, the American president cannot talk anyhow. In my own little way, I have spoken to two former presidents, one Republican and one Democrat, and they all agree that they will help. I've spoken to about 6 senators, sitting senators in the U.S. Congress. So they've all said, we will help you people. But let me tell you, before President Trump says a word, mind you that the American intelligence community must have found out where these people are living. All these ones we are talking is rhetoric. And you can see Nigerian Air Force, possibly the information that have been given to them by the U.S. authorities and say they are there. And you see Nigerian Air Force in the last 3 days bombing the homes of these people. And that is what it should be. We should not pity anybody who is a terrorist. We should not. We should not. When I was governor, you remember I was governor, I formed the Bakassi. And the Bakassi was not about boyfriend and girlfriend. The Bakassi was about criminals. So if it's there, we'll smoke them away. And I can tell you, from everybody serving in this government, from President Tinubu to Vice President Shetima, everybody is committed to smoke these people away. But you people who are journalists and community people should also help the military and the people to tell us really who are the members of this sect that are doing this. No person it's also the same Americans that caused the problem. Because when you kill Gaddafi and kill Saddam Hussein, we have a problem. Because those people were maintaining their borders. Nobody was crossing there. It's after the kill of those people that light arms and big arms went wild all over the world. And we are suffering from it today. So America is the leader of the free world. And as leader of the free world, whatever that president says, he meant it. And we are working diplomatically to make sure that we put our house in order. It will be solved diplomatically because President, in fact, the report they are using to assess
President Donald Trump.
We are a poor nation. The ban coal will follow. They say firewood, not food. They say we need to plant more trees. And they are not giving us money. We need to open our eyes, shine it, and tell the West. If you don't guarantee our finances and work with us to stop this, we are not going to comply with your climate change. They're doing.
Call you. Just do it. So you can actually put that into what Trump said as well, in context of what Trump said, and say they are talking about the terrorists. They say firewood, be anyway. Tell the West they don't give us money, we will not comply with Trump's threat. I wish you could see that. Anyway, so yeah, that was ex-convict Oji Uzokalu. Made sense, then started making nonsense, then tried to make sense, and ended up with making nonsense. So yeah, he's playing safe, or should we say he's playing it safe. He's got his mansions in the US for a very long time. It won't make any sense for him to get sanctioned if he started talking anyhow. And you know something? I have a ick, right? I have I don't know, I've got this thought. It's a random thought though, but it kind of like it can be applicable to this convo, okay? So I'll tell you. I have an hypothesis in that sense that while everyone is a little bit apprehensive, especially those ones who have become agitated because of Trump's threat. So my hypothesis in this sense is that behind the scene right now, because I have it on record that they have attempted to reach Donald Trump's government. Tinubu's government have tried diplomatically. They've reached out to a few other countries to see if they could reach out to Donald Trump that they have an offer. So that's why that is what I'm building this hypothesis on. Okay. So I envisage that eventually they're going to get Trump's attention. Trump is going to come and do his strike. Here you get, just to not say something and then not, just to say something and not do it. Here you get now. So Trump is like going to come and bomb maybe 2 or 3 places in that forest. And it will just be like, that's it. Now he's working with Tinubu's government. Because behind the scene, I believe that Tinubu and his gang are going to play one card. A card that will prove some of you wrong. I'm sorry, prove some of you right and prove others wrong, okay? And that is when some are saying Donald Trump doesn't give a damn about Christians in Nigeria. Right? So what I'm about to tell you right now will likely prove you right that it doesn't give a damn about Christians in Nigeria. While others believe that, it does. Here you get now. So what I'm about to say as well will determine if it does. So what's that? In 2018, when Bokwari rose from the dead, from that vegetable state, his gang, because it was around the time as well that the people of the Middle Belt and others are already reporting the advancement of the Fulani terrorists and the killings as genocide. Okay, so this is not something that started yesterday. So they've been reporting it. So when Bokwari was preparing, or they were preparing him for 2019, his gang, they packaged something to go and placate Donald Trump in America. And what was that? Donald Trump was already talking about the killings in Nigeria, but not in this sense, not in this direct way. But they got the hint earlier, before Donald Trump would speak out. So when they finally got a chance to meet with Donald Trump and Bokwari, so they went with $1 billion. True story, $1 billion that they wanted to go and buy. They want to buy arms. So Donald Trump, that was already talking tough, in the background, was like, okay, what do they want? That was when they ordered that Tucano jets and all of the other stuff that they, even though that was a fraud on its own, they took $1 billion from the excess crude account for that trip. The total money they spent on that their Tucano jets, plus maintenance, training, and all that stuff, right, that comes with the entire package, was a total of $456 million. Till tomorrow, I'll keep reminding you. They should please tell us what happened to the remaining $544 million from that money they took to America. So Donald Trump got the money, and he didn't really give a shit about what happened after, by the way. Okay, hang on. Maybe he would have if he didn't lose his election to Joe Biden, because it was after collecting that money from Bokwari. Okay, to them, they've probably gotten to the good side of Trump. I don't think it's up to 3-4 months after that. Donald Trump designated Nigeria as a country of particular interest because of the killings of Christians in Nigeria. So that's why I said that my hypothesis right now, right, if it played out, if Tinubu and his gang found their way to have audience with Trump, which they will want to use to their own political advantage. Here you get, they'll say, all of you thought Donald Trump is going to come and attack. Now look at Tinubu and Trump now. Look at them taking pictures. Look at, you know what I mean now? But it's just going to be the same playbook that Bokwari also used. So it will likely not change anything. So let's say Tinubu, who is a drug dealer, right? A drug baron himself. So dealing or giving deals, cutting deals, will probably be his own area of specialization as well. So let's say this time he goes to America with $2 billion. That they know, okay, America, Donald Trump, see, we have $2 billion. What can you give to us? Any scrap that you have that you want to dispose, we can take them. So that we can tell you that we will use this weapon to fight these terrorists. We believe in America. That kind of a thing, right? So would that change anything? Based on all I have said so far. No, that's how my brain works sometimes. It just go I don't know. It's I've got this gigabyte. No, what is bigger than gigabyte? Something so unlimited in that way that once I start thinking about something, I'm breaking them into pieces like that, then it will just pick something else like that, then that I don't know what they describe that as. But I will still be very much coordinated. So my mind plays like that, Tinubu and his gang, I could predict them. You know what I mean? I've kind of been onto them for over a decade, so I could tell you more about what they're up to. Then this time, because you said the more things changes, the more they remain the same, isn't it? So don't be surprised if Donald Trump eventually gets maybe $1 billion or $2 billion from Nigeria, and he's going to talk about it as the Nigeria government have come to see us. Like they are doing wonderfully well. They've promised that they are going to make sure that they are going to deal with the terrorists. America is going to help them. Donald Trump now, and the rest of you just be like, "Oh, Trump, why are you meeting with Tinubu? This man is a criminal. Trump, don't listen to him." And Tinubu will return back to Nigeria, with all the pictures, the videos, and they will say, "Yeah, 2027 is done." I'm being cocked. So I don't know. Some random thoughts, right? But we'll leave that for now, okay? And then let me show you something. In case if they are offering Donald Trump billions of dollars eventually, like they normally would do, Donald Trump should see this, and America and everybody who has contributed to getting the attention of America on what is going on in Nigeria, even if we believe that America is aware, it doesn't matter. Social media has made it very easier these days. In the last few days, ISWAP and Boko Haram, they have been fighting to death. So let me give you the background of that. So there is this large lake called Lake Chad. It is partly Nigeria, partly Chad, partly Niger, but join. Now, the part of that of Nigeria, Lake Chad is also believed, in the last 10 years, by the way, Lake Chad has become the center meeting point of different Islamic terrorists from the Sahel. So when Boko Haram reigned supreme at the time, they controlled the vast area of the entire Lake Chad, including Sambisa Forest. And there's also another forest in that part, which is also as big as, or nearly as big as Sambisa. So those are how wide and big Boko Haram was. There were other smaller terror groups, but they dreaded the Boko Haram group. That was how powerful they were. Then Alhaji Shekau started facing mutiny in his rank and all that, where some of his fighters started feeling like Alhaji Shekau don't they lose focus. Alhaji Shekau, don't they shagbana, carry the illusion and all of that. So all the things that you are like, Alhaji Shekau, what's happen? So they mutinied. They killed Alhaji Shekau. That's why you didn't hear from Alhaji Shekau anymore. He was killed by his own fellow terrorist, Boko Haram. Then the implosion happened. Boko Haram broke into, I think, about 3 or 4 groups. A group kept the name Boko Haram. The other group created theirs and they called themselves Islamic State of West African Province, ISWAP. So ISWAP needed to control territory. However, they realized as well that the remaining Boko Haram group, they are a threat. So for the past 4 years, they have been after themselves. Real war. You dey feel me? Real war. You go see dead body, you go see corpses, bodies of terrorists slaughtered by their fellow terrorists, floating on river, on this lake. True story. I can't show you, but social media is on social media right now. So you can go in there and see some of them. They are very graphic, gory, by terrorists. So Nigerian army, they kind of found that more or less like amusing. That enough, it was like, let them destroy themselves. Interesting. Thousands of these terrorists were killed by the terrorists themselves. So over time, Boko Haram was more or less like now boxed to the corner, while ISWAP and others are also gaining ground. Nigerian army fighting them too, right? Kept kind of like, killing them too. So from all fronts, here you get the entire Lake Chad and beyond have become killing fields. So 2 days ago, the This is also a true story. So the ISWAP launched an attack that was supposed to capture the Boko Haram unaware. Unfortunately for them, the Boko Haram were aware of the plots or the attack, so they laid ambush. Over 200 ISWAP fighters were killed. True story. 2 days ago. So yesterday, the Boko Haram and the Boko Haram themselves was like, they went back to the camp of the ISWAP, which also led to the killings of more ISWAP. Today, this afternoon, the report coming from that axis is also that, the ISWAP, who have also staged another attack on the Boko Haram, have also suffered another great casualties. All of these are coming from terrorists killing terrorists too. True story. Right now. But there is also a report that the Nigerian Army or Nigerian Air Force took an advantage of them having this gathering of fight to launch airstrike on them. I can't verify that, but I'm going to say, because I heard it. You did feel me? So, which also led to the killings of these both camps, okay? Now for visual, okay, see, look at them. On wooden boats, they were there, like, this was them launching their attacks. Most of these guys are now dead, I want to believe, okay? So they had to cross river, cross water. I'm talking about like miles of speedboating on river, terrorists. So Donald Trump, in case if this is also part of any plan at all, I don't know how useful this can be, but I think you should see this. This was yesterday, brethren. The Boko Haram.
Allahu Akbar! Allahu Akbar! Allahu Akbar!
Those are the terrorists too. All of them now speaking big grammars in Nigeria to explain to Nigerians why the Fulani terrorists in Nigeria should be accepted because of climate change. That's what you told us. So this, this Northern Africa, this Sahel, the climate change has caused the weather, it has caused them to move down west. They move down west because they can be able to access, grass and water. You should all cover your own faces. You should cover your faces in shame. Because we all thrive on the ignorance of these Nigerians. Majority of them who have never left the Konkolo place where they were born, raised, and some of them are even married in that same place. So whatever you tell them about anywhere, they will take it hook, line, and sinker. You should be ashamed of yourselves. All of you that received that, USAID campaign then. Those of you who were working for American agents and European this and that, pushing that nonsense. Here, that Lake Chad water is not enough to irrigate the entire area. Is that Lake Chad, the one you just watched right now, controlled by terrorists now? Is that not water? Is that water not enough to irrigate the area and turn it into a green area that can feed cows? Because the intention is not to actually access your grass or water. Their cows are eating people's farms, and people have lost, thousands have lost their lives in the hand of Fulani terrorists in Nigeria. And there are government agents, there are government agencies, there are government officials, there are non-government officials, there are foreign agents, foreign NGOs, this and that, who are spreading the campaign of climate change in Nigeria to make sure that we accept these murderers. We should be human. They are coming from a place where there is no water. But that's Lake Chad. That's billions of cubic of water. Billions. But we all know the agenda anyway. So let's go back to Nigeria again. In Ibadan, it's been over a year now that I've actually been reporting on this land grabbing that many have been protesting, elderly people. Development passed through their area. They were meant to be happy. Unfortunately, the criminal politicians have decided to weaponize the advantage of what they call the right of way. Solo Makinde Ibadan build a new ring road or a new road, apart from the normal Iwo Ogbomoso road that you normally pass through. Beautiful road, they said. People lost their lands and they probably consider that as for development. The land grabbers started going extra. By what they normally do now, you have to stay 10 meters away from, the government owns this side of the land. People's land, so lands that government didn't own until you decided to construct a road there. So people have been losing their houses, their lands, no compensation. They have been made homeless, just like what you are witnessing in Lagos. So today is the day 2 of them on the streets, demanding their governor should fulfill his own promise of compensating people for real and possibly relocating others who have lost their homes, they have lost everything, and they are old people. Solo Makinde Ibadan just pretended that they don't even exist anymore. They are not shooting them. It's not like other places where they would have mobilized their police to go and shoot at them. But from Ibadan. Watch this.
We are currently at our convergence point this morning. But sad to see that Makinde has mobilized his transport union boys, the likes of Tommy and Co. and all their boys to disrupt our preparation this morning. But our people here are saying no more corridor. For corridor matter, mobilization and water, in fact, no, na mobilize GSS, whatever. People grand.
Àwa gómìnà mọ̀, gbogbo àwọn tó jẹ́ aṣojú ìjọba mọ̀ wípé àwa o kò sí olóṣèlú kankan tó ń lò wá, àwa ò ṣiṣẹ́ fún olóṣèlú, àdẹ̀ kì í ṣe ẹgbẹ́ olóṣèlú kankan, àwa lọlẹ̀ akọ́lé pẹ̀lú àgún ojú wa ni àwọn ò ní kankan ṣe pẹ̀lú olóṣèlú. No more corridor.
Can you help us reiterate that in English? That this protest is not politically motivated. So that's our English.
This peaceful mega protest is not political. It does not have any element of politics. We are protecting our properties and we are appealing to the government through the governor to please do the circular road and leave the corridor. The circular road has been acquired since 2005 and most of us have been there before circular road. Some even came after circular road and saw the pillar of the circular road before buying land, before erecting building. So we don't have anything to do with politics. We did not collect money from anybody. The politician that gave money to his party members. No more corridor.
No more corridor.
Makinde ole.
You know what they say, that it's going to touch everybody. How and when it's going to be your own turn is what many don't know. But this Nigeria, the only thing that is in so much abundance is the shege coming from left, right, and center from these rogues. Because all they love is to take and take and take and take. You know? But sure, you want to be governor, Solomon Kedebadon.
Na gode masu ganga doko mu buga shi makin da jamu dan waka ce ta gadaga yawa mashi doko har da ga shi makin dai a dangare shi makin da jamu mun bar kwana da zulumi shi gwamnan mu kan da ni makin dai masu ilimi shi makin da jamu dan ya wuce o'o makiri shi ke da jama'ar cikin gari gwamna shi ke da ayari shi gwamnan mu jarumi kana aiki babu korafi idifan mu jarumi domin ya ba mu hasabi shi ne kullum da tallafi shi makin da shayabo idp gidan rabo kuma ya makale cikin tabo gwamna ne mai tawakkali mai haske ne da kyalkyali ko da shi za mu yi tozali gwamnan mu na oya adali shi makin da jamuje sai rimi a dangari gwamna gwanin kowa a pdp muna san shi makin da yana aiki a oyo ya kawo ci gaba
Oh, thunder, where are you? So finally, or near finally, this evening, is a new jibe from Soludom. So Soludom just got re-elected for another 4-year term. And it was presented, I think, with his certificate of return. And he called out a rally. A jibe at Peter Obi. Soludom called Peter Obi an nomadic politician. That is somebody who is just neither here nor there or always moving. So, Soludom this afternoon.
Nobody likes to lose, say painful. And but to some others who put in everything that they had in the process to unseat Soludom. And they crisscrossed one of them, for example, who put in everything, organized, had his photo, even though it wasn't on the ballot, had his picture on the billboards all over the state. Just the same way, they let him on the Ojukwu raise his hand and asked the Anambra to vote. He thought that he would also come and raise somebody's hand and to unseat Soludom. You could touch the bitterness, you could touch. He came, organized rallies, marched through streets, went on community tours. I even saw the video where he was pleading with his own community not to let him down at the election. And the election came. He saw something that he never ever imagined in his life. But somebody who can't imagine it sits down sulking after failing absently. And so, but I can understand it. If you finish pleading with your community not to let you down, we allowed, and then we felt in sympathy with him. We even ignored his polling units, at least let him, while we focused on the wards. Now, Apuga, we won all the 4 wards in that his community, all of them clear. Left him, we thought we didn't contest for his polling unit. We thought he can at least take his polling unit. But lo and behold, ABC defeated him in his polling unit when Apuga took the entire other wards. So I can understand it. I can understand why, if you are a serial loser, and you see somebody else ascending, you sought to stop us, you couldn't. In 4 years, what we have spent in 4 years is less than what he spent in 1 year in dollar terms. But in terms of the record, the people spoke. The people, from his polling unit to his ward to his community to Anambra, all over, 21 over 21 local governments, and so on and so forth. So I can understand if somebody is feeling that frustration, why that it might be getting to his head a little bit, maybe. And so you now see him talking, blah, 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 blah. Somebody showed me what he was saying on the about the election and that kind of thing. Then I said, I laughed, and I said to somebody, I think something is beginning. I'm going to call a meeting of committee of friends so that we can get to him to advise him, my brother. Or at least we can take him to Fun City so that he can relax. Otherwise, when you now get on, we try to coach him to play in League One when after I had finished playing the World Cup. You know? We coached him to play in League One, but he just left League One. Injured player, stranded, confused, and with no club. With no club. In the fullness of time, when the time comes, because I saw a remark somebody was making about education. Say you education. The fullness of time will get the record out of how somebody deliberately and intentionally destroyed the public education system in Anambra. And we will show that. So if you are getting frustrated that somebody is doing what you couldn't even think about, don't vent it on the people. Just go home, get a life, because idleness and serial losses can get into somebody's head. So we're advising him to...
All of that for Peter Obi. I mean, the obedience, I remember some of the obedience from Anambra State were like, Soludom will be taught a lesson. Well, that's him there, calling you out again. You know, the Obi has no influence. He's this or that, and every other thing he said. That's Soludom. Or the sad, or sorry, the most disappointing thing that you're going to get is that when they ask Obi, and he's going to say, it's my brother, you know, it's my brother. If that's what he said, that's fine. He should just go and deliver, something like that. So it's not really good at that. I don't know. It would have been interesting. Yeah. So Solodumba has grown to become an uncouth guy that you won't believe he was once the central bank governor of Nigeria. So he's become a full-blown politician, and he goes that dirty. You need to hear what he said about all other contestants during their campaign. You'll probably wonder, like, is this same Solodumba? No, he's the same one. You just need to begin to come to that reality that this is Nigeria. All right? When people tell you that they are going into Nigerian system to go and change it, those that will tell you that, we have been criticizing them. I decided to kind of join them so that, all these ideas that we have, we can use all these ideas when we get into that place. And they ended up being changed by the system. Now you suppose bring yourself to that reality quick for your own sake. So my time is far off, I know, but let me add this. Eke Ekweremadu, while, sizable number of Igbos are advising Tinubu to let Nnamdi Kanu go and end this shameful sham trial. And they continue to ignore that call. In UK, in London, where the former Deputy Senate President of Nigeria was convicted for human trafficking a child without consent, as well as committing, and I don't know the exact kind of charges, but what they charged him for, convicted him for, was that he brought a young man, a young boy to the UK with an arrangement that they were going to take out his, I think, kidney or so, to give to his daughter, who was unwell. So as a father to him, he made the arrangement with that poor boy by promising the mother in Nigeria that they will take care of the boy, his education, for agreeing to give part of his organ. Now, to take him back, to bring him to the UK, harvest his organ, it was discovered that there was no aftercare arrangement for him. Here you get, this is somebody who is going to be on medical care for the rest of his life if he's to lead a meaningful, healthy life. But there was no plan for him. He just wanted to take his organ, and I think at the point they discovered that he's not even a match. The whole thing was such a mess that the doctor that arranged all of this with Ekweremadu not only got convicted as well, he lost his own license in the UK. So Ekweremadu also bagged 10 years or so in jail. It's been there now for more than probably 4 or 5 years. So right now, Tinubu's government is now making move to get him an early release. What is really happening to Tinubu and his criminal gang when it comes to convicts, criminals, people with questionable characters, baggage and baggages? His foreign minister was in London 2 days ago to meet with the Justice Department to discuss a possible early release of Ekweremadu. Waiting Tinubu won't take that one too. Look at them in London.
Hello, how are you? They were there because of Ekweremadu. Let's call it a night. Thank you very much for your time once again. Listen, remember, if you haven't really subscribed onto Maiyegun's Diary Politico, this is the chance, a good reminder to please do that, okay? And if you don't subscribe, if you like Maiyegun's Diary videos on YouTube, right, your likes will be taken out afterward because you are not really on the platform, okay? So it won't be kind of counted. So please. Also seemed that behind the scene, they were also dying too. Until, well, recently, when El Rufaya, the Kaduna Little Finger, started a tour of some of their northwest, I've been at northeast, wherever in northern Nigeria, for their coalition, ADC. Peter Obi that led his own party, Labour Party, to an election in Anambra, got their own nose also pretty much bruised, right? So before now, let me give you a throwback a bit, because this is now politics now, okay? We'll get to the part of the internationals. International part of it later, right? So in April, thereabout, April, May, this year, when their ADC came, they came with so much bang, noise, and the idea behind it was kind of I don't know, appealing to some people, but it didn't take long
before the issue of ambition, individual's ambition, could actually be a problem. But there are many other problems. So we've not really seen anything strategic about them when it comes to how much yappings they have been yapping, right? When it comes to them providing alternative for you. Because Tinubu has failed, APC, Egbekegbe has dealt with you beyond what you bargained for. But what is the alternative? The coalition or the PDP? We'll get to that part too. So Amaechi, for the second time in the last, I think, 6 months, where he's specifically pointing out that Tinubu is not invincible. Tinubu is defeatable. Tinubu is beatable, and all that kind of adjective as well. So his recent one is at a forum in Abuja, I believe, where he dissects the chance or the opportunity before the opposition in Nigeria. If Nigerians are tired of APC for real and they are looking for an alternative, this coalition of ADC, which includes Amaechi, Obi, Atiku, and I think one other person, but Atiku. So if the trio or more could come together, that's what people are saying. If they could come together and begin to pull all of their supporters together, build a sort of formidable whatever. Amaechi is reiterating that now. And according to him, if the opposition, if they are ready to get rid of Tinubu and APC, he's got the magic wand if they will listen to him. So that's where we're going to start this evening. Then we're going to go on to where Tinubu had a gathering of Nigerian editors, a guide or something, a guild, right? Those editors, newspaper editors. So they had their meeting inside the Ask Old Rock today. So Kalu used that to give a subtle response to Donald Trump or Trump's threats. So I'm going to get to that one too, and others after that. So please consider all I have said as intro, okay? Please like the broadcast if you haven't already, and share it as well, because this is what's about to start. So Amaechi and his own theory of how to get rid of Kalu, the opposition, by the way.
Excited for this ceremony. See, they are all here.
They are here.
Where are they? I can't see the two former vice presidents, the former president and the former vice president. I can't see him. I can't see them. I can't see my former colleague P2B. So how do we fight for the reform we're asking for? Will it be easy if everybody is not participating? I have spoken before. I spoke yesterday on this issue. I don't know what new thing I will add. The only thing I will add to this will be that you are the citizens. Citizens' participation will stop those who don't want reform. Will government give you reform? No. Government won't give you reform. Don't wait for NLC. There's no NLC. I hear their members are somewhere here. There is no ASU. There is no NATS. I was a student leader in the 1980s. In the 1980s, there is no student action without NLC. There is no student action without ASU. We usually meet either in Benin, Kano, Kaduna, River State. We go around. Now, if you call NLC for any action, that's when they will know that from north or from south or from east or from west. It's not going to be easy. And please stop electing people. I'm going to complain after. If you want to elect people you can hold accountable for. The problem with Nigeria is lack of accountability. Somebody can come here and shoot you and nothing will happen. Absolutely nothing will happen. The person who will be behind it, they will know the person and nothing will happen. It's not the country, it's not that we lack law. What we lack is the rule of law. There are laws, National Assembly, State Assemblies, everybody's passed laws here and there, but nothing is happening. So I will repeat exactly what I said yesterday. If you are waiting for government to make any reform, you are wasting your... Before election, there must be resistance to those who don't want proper election. If you do it after election, you're also wasting your time. We must agree as a people that we must resist just very few Nigerians who are just enriching themselves. They are politicians, they are contractors. You can't be a politician and a contractor. You have to choose one. You can't be the two. So I said Nigerians are hungry. If they are not hungry, I'm hungry. Some people are abusing me. Look at this man, you have been in office for how many years? He says Speaker, Minister, Governor. Okay, they expect me to go and steal. No problem, that's not an issue. But whether I'm hungry or not, are Nigerians not hungry? So why are those few people who are supporting those the government saying they are not hungry? They are not hungry because they are joining in the stealing. The stealing is beyond what we fought for. So if you continue the way we are going, in the next 3-4 years, we'll gather here again. I gave an example in the last yesterday's session. I said when we were in government, Buhari swore that he will one legacy he will leave behind is electoral reform, that he will ensure that his government will make sure that votes counted. When the National Assembly brought the bill, some politicians went to him, pushed him beyond his measure, not to sign that law. And he's not signed the law. So there were no electoral reforms. Today, those politicians are on the other side. They are not asking for electoral reform. So the same thing. If tomorrow President Tinubu and his people are defeated in election in 2027 by the action of the citizens come out and hold them responsible the way they were held in Lagos. After, when the new government is sworn in, they will go across and they'll be shouting for what? Electoral reform. So most Nigerians who speak about this electoral reform is dependent on where their stomach is facing. If their stomach is facing the wrong place, they will want electoral reform. If they are chopping, they will tell you that they were taught in primary school that it is wrong to eat and chop and do what? And talk. So I wish you well. I've told you, this gathering will not be enough. Talking whatever they want to say here is, for me, will not achieve the objective. What will achieve the objective is when we all citizens gather and say, enough is what? If you don't say it, this is not the person I've been saying it to. And nobody here will say, this man only talks when he's out of government. I was governor when I say, if you don't steal us, if you don't steal politicians, they will continue to steal because the system does not stop them. The only politicians they arrest are politicians who are against the government in power. If you are with government and you're stealing, you will be chopping, nothing will happen. But if you're not in government, you're not supporting government, they will catch you for chopping previously. And that you must vomit it. Unless you say, I support you, it's okay, you can keep what you have stolen. So, citizens' action is necessary. Don't wait for those who say they are wanting, I've said about NLC, I've talked about ASU, I've talked about NAS. They are no longer in existence. They now carry talks. Didn't you watch NAS election? They had talks. They had vehicles. The government now appoints leaders of those institutions who will be NLC president, who will be MBA president, who will be ASU president. It's not government that does it. Even me, as chairman of Governors Forum, when the president tried to intervene, we resisted it. We didn't allow him. But I now hear that the chairman of Governors Forum was appointed by the president. So what will the governor say? I wish you luck. I thank you for gathering, but the outcome of this discussion will not cause electoral reform. What will cause electoral reform is not only that you should vote, is that you go against those who will stop you from your result being announced. It happened in Lagos. So when you say the president is invisible, he is not invisible. I've worked with him, I know him. When you say the results are already written, they are helping to fuel that conversation so that it won't come out. You get the point? If you come out en masse, nobody will write any results. Nobody will take away the result sheet. Because anybody who takes away the result sheet is probably going to cause confusion for himself. God bless us.
He has no job.
He is guilty of the same thing. He said, we, the citizens, have to come out. The point here is this. This guy lives in their own bubble. But before I tackle him, let me advise first, so that it won't be like we are throwing everything away. Amaechi was at that gathering where they were discussing the electoral reform and all of that. And it is more or less like asking Tinubu to commit political suicide. Because if you ask them to do the right thing, you're asking them to commit political suicide. In the history of their own power play in Nigeria, the incumbent president is considered as, irremovable, except if those who are the voice behind or the power behind his presidency decided to pull, to pull the lever somehow. That is when the incumbent president or whatever you could become history, not because of the mass gathering of the people. Well, here, Amaechi has been in government since 1999 and he's just been out of government less than 3 years now. And he's on the other side as an opposition, who now feels like, the country could be managed better, right? And that itself is actually like an indictment too. Well, hey, you've got Amaechi, you've got Peter Obi, who's got over 6 million kind of like votes, and is believed to have more than 10 million supporters in average. Yeah, on the average. Atiku, who also got nearly 7 million votes, is also believed to have more than that, like generally. Then you have who else is in there with them? I'm trying to pick some, Then you have Rufaya. I don't think that one has any real, real people, by the way. But hey, then you have, you've got Atiku, you've got Obi, you've got Amaechi, you have Rufaya, and others. Now, if all of these people genuinely, right, have repented and they are not just like the other side of the coin, which they are, if they want to prove that they are not, they would by now have actually called for all these things themselves, right? Announce a day that they will mobilize Nigerians to the streets. Because there's something I used to be, I kind of like used to be worried, or not worried, kind of like always curious, maybe that's the word, curious, of what goes on in the mind of these criminals whenever they are addressing Nigerians in the sense of their own, the Nigerians say hardship or what people are going through, right? And they have contributed to that themselves, okay? And now they are offering you a solution, and that solution doesn't involve them. It's actually, it's you that they expected to do all of that, possibly rise up and all that, and then they can walk in and say, we are the leaders and all, I don't know. So it's been a curious thing for me, right? They would never mobilize the citizens against the system. Or maybe they won't do it again. Do you get what I mean? The reason why they won't is because their losses is so minimal, if there is any at all, in this whole economic hardship or this policies of assault and ongoing corruption and the rest, right? So when these criminal politicians, right, when they put everything inside, like if the country is going to burn, let it burn. Like what they did in 2015. It was that boiling point where they felt like they've lost everything. And if Jonathan should get a second term, what will happen then will be like they will be completely finished. There are factors behind that too, by the way. For example, their oil block licensing or relicensing or license renewals and all that. It's actually a big thing for these rogues. Most of them, you don't see them. Okay? So Jonathan was about to probably sign, after the election, Jonathan will be like signing another 10-year lease for the, oil block license, so to say. Right? And they've heard that part of his plan was to make sure that by the time he finished in 2019, that was Jonathan, that the oil industry in Nigeria, including the oil blocks, right, will be controlled by more than 80% of people from Niger Delta, rather than people from Borno, Sokoto, Niger State, all those places who are oil block owners, okay, in the Niger Delta. So it was like, no, we can't let that happen. So they put everything in. Politically, they would have finished. So they didn't mind Nigeria to burn down. So they invited terrorists to the border, and they even said if Jonathan failed to probably leave power, they will give him backbone treatment, which means they will be willing to burn down the country and burn Jonathan with it. Now, from that mindset is what led Nigeria to what you have today, the most terrorized people in the world. It didn't just happen. So APC happened, and then this happened. So they found themselves on the other side. Right now, they want to save us, but they won't lead it. So what is wrong if they use their money, their stolen money, to sponsor a massive mass protest to demand for this, what they are talking about, electoral reform? Do you hear me now? So that was Amaechi. Wrote with me, Amaechi will be my Judas Iscariot. Talking about Jonathan, by the way. He was at the forum as well. I think a day before that, his last one, where he was saying they are accusing him of being one of those who went to Barack Obama to report Jonathan in 2015. So he denied it, but somebody was there to probably like say, well, you may not physically have been there, but you met this and you met that. In this clip,
America, I never went to America. That was here in Lagos. Lagos, I was in the meeting. American government, without anybody petitioning to them, who are they God? After the president, no other person. So how can I petition the American government? What would they do? But American government came here after speaking to other countries. What did they come to do? Good luck, don't rig. If you rig, we will not recognize you. Opposition, if you visit violence, we will not recognize you. So they went to the president and told the president their mind. We are here for free and fair election. Please don't rig. Opposition, if you dare try violence, this is our response to it. But Nigerians say, oh, we went for Christian genocide. We went to report Goodluck. We report him. Do you report the president? The only place you can report a president is either the National Assembly or God. Not America. But you're circulating. Oh, we went to America. We went to America. To do what?
I wanted to also make a correction. Of course, you know that a lot of people know me as Goodluck Jonathan's brother. It's not just about being a brother of Goodluck Jonathan. It's actually my spiritual mentor and everything. And I keep studying him as a book, so that I can graduate from his mannerism. But it's unfortunate I have not been able to graduate. I might not graduate, but I am learning a lot. Amaechi mentioned something here. Unfortunately, it's not on seat, and I really would like to put the record straight so that people will know exactly what it was in 2013. It shouldn't be about how mobilization was done. Yes, people were mobilized on both sides, but the outcome depended on who was on the seat and his approach to life. And yes, Goodluck Jonathan is one of those persons who says that his ambition is not worth the blood of anybody. And I think that that should be a lesson for all of us, that any president who is on seat should always emphasize that killing of innocents on account of achieving political power should be immoral. So, however, Amaechi also said about going to the US or not going to the US. Actually, it's true that people went to the US, and that's not something that we can hide away under the rug. People went to the US, and we know why people went to the US. And he also mentioned that when Kerry came, he came to tell the government that government should do peaceful elections. When John Kerry came to Nigeria in 2014, he went to Lagos. He never went to the villa. I was in the villa. He never went to the villa. He came as a private citizen. He didn't come as a guest of the government of Nigeria. And he went back from Lagos. So he met the opposition in Lagos, and he came to make a particular statement to the opposition in Lagos. Now, if you wind a little further, immediately after Kerry came and left, somebody by name David Axelrod. David Axelrod was the senior special advisor to Obama, became the strategic campaign strategist of the APC. It was not a coincidence that a sitting president of the United States, Barack Obama, sent his senior special advisor to become the chief strategist of the Buhari campaign. It's not a hidden secret. We need to keep these records straight always. And in any case, it appears to me as an individual, and this I'm not speaking on behalf of Goodluck Jonathan, he might have his own views on these issues differently, but I mean, as someone who has worked and has stayed behind him, I owe it a duty to always voice out and say it exactly as it is, no matter whose ox is going.
America, I never went to.
You don't try. Because there are so many of us as well who are very much aware of what transpired, which role played by who and when. But all of that is in the past right now. So most of them are now in the boat to save us. They want to save us from APC, especially Tinubu. On the other hand, Tinubu is, as usual, like praising himself. That those who don't understand this reform are those who are criticizing this reform. His reform is working on all fronts. Economy is out of the tunnel. He's always around the tunnel. If it's not inside tunnel, he's taking a corner or has bent the corner. The hardship caused by the subsidy removal, the blah, and how the media have sort of like reported it. So Kalu brags that even though you may not like him, he considered himself as the most abused, the most criticized, and the most sort of like vilified. He actually used the word hate or something, right? President in the history of that contraption. Is getting that. He probably gets that right? However, he is confident that his reform will fix Nigeria and also fix the issue of insecurity. Because according to him, the Nigerian military are doing their best, and nobody can accuse him of not funding the military. Or when it comes to fighting terrorism, Nigeria as a sovereign, blah. Nigeria will do everything to defend our citizens, but they are still killing people. They still kill people today. They still kidnap their people today. But again, Kalu and this gang are making us believe that it's not like that, because they are doing their best to end it. Before I take you to the villa, right? Here is one pastor still sharing his own experience, especially for those of you who want to continue to do your spinning and your propaganda in are sweeping this under the carpet, like possibly hope that Donald Trump will forget and maybe, yeah, it's just going to be a phase and there will be no American involvement in this fight against your terrorists, right? His name is, I think they call him Pastor Damini or so. Abel
Damina is my name. Look. I couldn't wait to get back home and be a part of the ongoing conversation. There's been this conversation going on whether there's a genocide in Nigeria or there's no genocide in Nigeria. And I listen to certain individuals who say there's no such thing in Nigeria. Well, whether you call it genocide or you don't call it genocide, let me speak as a victim. I am not just a student of research, but I'm speaking as a victim of these gruesome circumstances around the Nigerian people, where innocent lives have been taken away by some people who think they have more right than others in this nation. And some people have reduced it to herders and farmers clash. No, sir, this has been ongoing. I grew up in northern Nigeria. My father was a pastor with the Assemblies of God Church. One morning we just woke up in Assemblies of God Church, Samaru Zaria, somewhere adjacent the north gate of Samaru Zaria. My father was a pastor. All of a sudden we woke up in the morning, no provocation, nothing. And the next thing we were hearing was people were just running all over our house and the church with machetes and all of that. The next thing was they started pouring petrol all over the building, both the church and the house, because our house was attached to the church. And the next thing was flames. Everything was burned right down to ashes. We narrowly escaped, found a place where we could shelter ourselves in the military barracks. Eventually, they brought us back to the lecturers' quarters of ABU Zaria, and we had to camp with a family for weeks and months before we could rebuild and start life all over again. That is long. I'm talking about 1986-87. What about the Metasine situation? Metasine was a sect of the Islamic religion who went around burning and destroying and killing Christians back in the 80s. This is far before there was anything like farmers and herders clash. Then fast forward. What about in the year 2000, where over 2,000 people were killed in Kaduna? Year 2000. What about the over 300 people that were victims of the Miss World in November 2002? All of them, they were not a part of the Miss World. They were just on their own. Something happened somewhere else and they became victims of it. Lives were killed, houses were destroyed, and whenever they are carrying out this charade, they will be shouting, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, and they will carry their matches and carry whatever they have, and they will move in their numbers. And everybody on their way that is not chanting what they are chanting becomes a victim. I can go on and on. A few years ago, I was preaching in Kaduna for a great man of God. And I only succeeded in preaching Sunday morning service. After the service, the next morning, as we were preparing for the next service on Monday, the next thing I was hearing was, the whole city is on fire. Kaduna is on fire. Please stay in the hotel room. Don't come out. They are killing, they are burning churches. They are killing everybody. That is how we were stuck in a hotel. Even in the hotel, we were not sure of ourselves, because they were going from hotel to hotel, room to room, killing people that were not chanting Allahu Akbar. And somehow God saved our souls. After about 4 days, we were able to leave Kaduna. But unfortunately, a friend of mine who was a pastor, Reverend Northcote Andrew of blessed memory, was caught in the midst of this as he was escaping for his life. They caught him because he was wearing a collar of a bishop. They hacked him to death, dug the ground, buried him and put a cross there. It is that little wooden cross that made people know that there was a corpse in that place. And this, my friend, was buried. These are real life situations. So for somebody to just sit down in the comfort of his home, maybe somewhere in the south, and be saying there's no such thing in northern Nigeria, my brother, you've not been a part of it. We've been right in the heart of the fire. I remembered one night, these Muslim boys were all over the place in my school, and they were shouting Allahu Akbar. They were looking for me. I had to escape. That night, my saving grace was that I found a female hostel and I slept under the bed. By the next day, I left town. For what? I did nothing. No provocation. Just because I am preaching the gospel. And of course, some of them believe that once you are not of the Islamic faith, you are an infidel. And they believe that if you kill an infidel, you will sleep with 7 virgins. All of this kind of indoctrination that leads to violence at the slightest provocation, whether it has to do with the people or not. You just get on the street. What about the Reinhard Bonnke crusade? I'm talking about the Reinhard Bonnke crusade in Kano, where people were hacked, macheted, and killed just because a crusade where the gospel of Christ was going to be preached. And that is why I thank God for people like President Donald Trump, who lent his voice to what is going on here. At least, for whatever is what, there's an ongoing conversation all over the world. The matter is no more put under the carpet. And we don't want just conversations. We want some action. We want some action. And in the midst of all this, it snowballed into the herders and farmers clash. It snowballed into banditry, and everything becomes very complicated. Very complicated. And people are dying by the day. There are people in northern Nigeria, places like Borno State, places like Plateau State, places like Benue State, places like southern Kaduna, where whole villages have been taken over by some of these bandits, by some of these Islamic extremists, by some of these Boko Haram people. They've taken over whole villages, driven the villagers away. And somebody said there is no such thing in Nigeria. Why do we have IDP camps? Why do we have IDP camps when we never had an earthquake? We never had an earth tremor. Why do we have IDP camps when there is no natural disaster? Other than the fact that people are being made victims of what they have no knowledge of. In a secular state like Nigeria, where all religions are permitted to be practiced, this ought not to be allowed. This ought not to be allowed at all. Our government have a duty. Now, when you live in a country like that, where you don't know what becomes of you the next day, you go out, you don't know if you're going to come back. Where you go to church, you're not sure if you're going to come back. When you live in such a country, it's almost as if there's no government. And because the first responsibility of government is security of lives and properties. That's the first responsibility of government, whether at the federal level, at the state level, or at the local government level. Because the population don't have access to arms. But unfortunately, some of these bandits, some of these terrorists, some of these extremists, they are carrying AK-47s, and you wonder where did they get them from. In fact, it's unfortunate that at a point in Nigeria, there was even a local government in Borno State where Boko Haram drove all our Nigerian security forces and put their flag there. It's very unfortunate. And the government of Nigeria needs to do something quickly. Otherwise, where this is taking us to, we do not know. This has to come to an end. The ADP camps need to be emptied. Let people go back to their homes. Let people go back to their villages. Let people go back to their farmlands. Let people go back to their habitations so that they can live normal lives. So they can live the life they are supposed to live on earth. You know, this is very, very important. And this conversation is so critical at this time. And it's critical that I add my voice to it as a victim of this situation in a country like Nigeria. And I'm believing God that the day has come when this menace will surely come to an end. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
I said, if Ahmed Bola Tinubu fails, hold me responsible.
You say?
I say, if Tinubu fails, hold me responsible.
Thank you.
The job people are already angry that this is the worst government.
We have just started.
We must learn a lesson. This man!
You're gonna trust man, Adam, Ojo, your eyes will see what.
This is not the Ahmed Bola Tinubu I know. Since 1992, when I encounter you, I don't think this is the Ahmed Bola Tinubu I know. That calls me his friend, and I call him my friend, and calls me my son, and I call him my father. This is not the Ahmed Bola Tinubu I know.
That AC Poopa. I have no idea. I've got no clue. But yeah, that was him just expressing his then frustration. So yeah, there are killings in Nigeria, and there are people who are doing their best to suppress that because it makes them look bad. They don't want to look bad, so they would rather live in denial. And your government is the same. You know, there's a difference between you and I arguing whether they are a Christian genocide or a Muslim genocide or whatever. Keep arguing. But for your government, they should be more precise in their decisions, right? But they are not. Government is offering amnesty to terrorists. while people continue to be chased away from their own homes. They ended up in IDP camps. IDP camp is a fancy word for refugee camp. You know, when they tell you that people are living in a refugee camp, they have been living in refugee camps for more than 10 years now, in their millions. So you'll be like, refugee, did Nigeria have any natural disaster? Did something happened that people had to like move? Well, the natural disaster that happened to Nigeria is APC. The terrorists are very much aware of this, and they are still holding their peace meeting here and there. Like you would think, the moment Donald Trump made that statement, the government of Nigeria will quickly pass the message to their own state governors and say, listen, you need to stop this madness now. We do not want any peace nonsense with these guys. But no, the same guys who are telling you that there is no Christian genocide are also the same brain, the terrorists behind the peace talk with the terrorists. So to them, they are using non-kinetic. They are making peace. But right where they are having their peace meeting, they are also receiving the news of there are other terrorists who have now kidnapped other people. And if you have an idea, you know, when people get kidnapped and killed, it's horrible. But do you even understand what it is like for the families of those who have been kidnapped before and ransom paid? If you know how many families whose lives have been destroyed completely because they had to sell all of their belongings to pay ransom to these terrorists. Government is paying terrorists. Government is rewarding terrorists, and nobody is even talking about the victims. No. And the victims, people are like, they are beginning to see them now, like the effect of this terrorism in northern part of Nigeria, beyond all this massacre, all this genocide, right? Even those who survived the abductions of these terrorists, ask them if their lives remain the same again. Their lives never remain the same again. But your government officials, your politicians are busy planning how to make the terrorists comfortable. So in Tinubu's response, which is subtly, like, you know, is not direct. So it was called to come and speak at the Editors Guild inside the Aso Rock. And then it went on with all its dash, right? So I chose to play that for you in this middle of the conversation, okay? It's the boring part, all right? But we just need to hear it and see if you could make any sense of it. So call this afternoon. Now, Kolu himself addressing them and talking about the freedom you enjoy. He said that, you know, Nigeria, many Nigerians are now publishers themselves because everybody now share their own news as they come about them, right? So he wants you to please say something nice about the contraption, because among everything you may accuse his regime of, you won't say he's very much confrontational with the media. And it's what he won't have to do, right? Call
over subsidy removal, quote unquote, the floating of our exchange rate, removing the arbitrage the corruption in the society, and the opportunity blocked against rentier economy. We should celebrate that one today. That the tunnel of darkness and the headwind of the economy is getting better. It is my privilege to welcome you to the State House. This is for free. It's your house. This year's annual conference of Nigerian Guild of Editors. Your presence here reflects the enduring importance of the media in shaping national direction and strengthening democratic life. I commend the leadership of the Guild for sustaining the tradition of reflection and professional engagement. The theme you have chosen, democratic governance and national cohesion, role of editors, invite us to reflect on the state of our democracy and the way in which public discourse can either strengthen or weaken the bonds that holds our nation together. This conversation is necessary as we continue to build institutions that are transparent, resilient, and trusted by our citizens. Throughout our history, journalism in Nigeria has been more than a profession. It has been an instrument of national awakening. From early newspapers that challenged the colonial injustice to the principled voices that kept hope alive during the dark days of the military dictatorship. And at this junction, I must say thank you, Maiyegun Osoba. I thank you in Africa for the commitment, dedication, patriotism, and partnership that was.
The blah. Don't worry, I'm going to be like quick with him, okay? So that you don't get bored to death. So talking about the independence of the media, which is not really independent, right? So, and then it went on. Again, watch this.
It's a large, as you know, and diverse country. Debate and differences are part of our reality. However, disagreement must never translate into erosion of national cohesion. Criticism, when informed and constructive, is a service to the nation. But cynicism that breeds mistrust and despair can weaken the very foundation of the society we seek to improve. The national interest must always remain paramount. We live in a time when information travels rapidly and widely. Social media has made every citizen a potential publisher. This has benefits, but it also increases the speed and scale of misinformation. Falsehood can take root before truth has time to speak. In such an environment, the editorial function is more important than ever. Verification must be your anchor. Balance must be your principle. And professional judgment must be your guide. I urge you, therefore, to continue upholding the highest standard of journalism. Report boldly, but do so truthfully. Criticize government policy, but do so with knowledge and fairness. Your aim must never be to tear down what we are building together, but to help build a better society. On our part, this administration remained committed to securing our nation, sustaining economic stability, and widening the circle of opportunity for all citizens. The reform we have undertaken have been challenging, but they are designed to place our economy on a strong and enduring footing. We have taken steps to restore macroeconomic balance, encourage investment, and build confidence. The signs of progress are visible in several sectors of the economy.
I mean, I could sit down and write all that kind of jargons, right? There's something about government when they start talking about information and misinformation. And it beggars belief, right, that the people who thrives in propaganda, whose number one instrument of chaos is their propaganda, where they plant lies every now and then. But social media has been, has been their own sort of like a albatross, right? The karma. Because social media is a place where if something happened right now and you put it on the social media, that means the government has no control. There's no editorial. There's nobody that's going to try to bury some certain things because they don't want to give the government bad name or bad image in the public. So before social media, these guys have always been the gatekeepers of all information. They hire, they hire what they call the jobbers, people who get to help misinform the public, mislead them, and on and on and on. So they own media houses here and there. Then social media came, and people could become, influencers who have millions. Like some of us actually have access to millions of people than the government themselves. Although people will say, oh, the government is like the biggest, they always have no, that's not true. You have citizens who currently have access to over 100, 200 million, 300 million people worldwide, including Nigeria, right? And on a regular basis, and there are many. So it means that the government no longer controls they no longer gatekeep access to information. So stupidity is now by choice. And government continue to still work on those foolish ones that relies on their lies. So when your government is lying, they will say it is policy, it is government policy. But when you lie, they will say you want to cause national problem. So they use propaganda, right? When they lie, they call it propaganda, by the way. So propaganda to say we don't have to, because we need to regulate public perception so that we don't burn the country. So using that is, controlling the avenue or how you have access to information and the type of information you have access to, which was their sole sort of like a power then. They've lost it. So social media now became a threat where the government that lies to the people every day, the government that continue to shift posts, right? Whenever they are asked to take responsibility, right? They will shift the goalposts. And then they will find a ways of kind of like twisting it, blending, So social media makes it impossible. And their fear is that if more people actually have access to this information, it could spell a doom for them. So they have to, kind of like give a dog a bad name in that sense by telling people that social media, on the one hand, they will appeal to you. On the other hand, they are haunting people based on the information they put out that they felt like could undermine their own regime. So call on the part of security, because if they are doing something, you will feel it, you will see it. That's how it should be, right? And then, if they are not doing it so well, you can possibly like question them on that, criticize them on that, when they are not really doing it, but they are giving themselves medals to say, you may not see what we are doing, it's because you are blind. Give it time, you are going to see it later. Why do I have to see it later? Why do you have to explain to me what you are doing? When what you are doing, according to you, they have already started having impact positively on the people, and I'm one of the people. So why do you have to explain to me what you have done, which you are also telling me that I'm already enjoying, but I am not? And then you're like, oh, don't worry. The reason why you are not seeing it is because you are blind. It's because you don't like us, and other stupid things they say, right? Now to that part of their security and Trump. Listen to this.
Over despair. Let us remember that the stories we tell ourselves as a nation and as a people influence the country we become. I've listened to the request of the chairman of the guild, while I wait the full write-up, noted that the corporate tax relief, part of the reform, VAT exemption for media tax credits, affordable loans from BOI and DBA. Establish development grants for digitization, repeal laws that inhibit press freedom, discuss it now, highlight it if you know. I, as your president, endorsed the proposals. Media and safety data will be our phone. Distinguished editors, your work matters. The tone you sent in your newsroom. I watched the tone on some channels recently on Alhambra election. Before the result, you start here, forward to buy, forward to buy. Who is selling? If there is no reason to complain, let's be cheerleaders. It's our country. It is our country. We are going to be discussing the value charter from here. What should be worrisome to you is the image of the country you project over the outside world. How well your institution is making effort to build a nation of credibility with integrity that is required. Yeah, we may be poor. Poverty is not going to be our master. We are going to come out of it. Yes, we are challenged by terrorism, banditry, and others. We recognize that. Are we doing something about it? Are we inspiring the armed forces? Are we encouraging them to fight? They put their lives on the line to defend the national sovereignty of this country. It is our responsibility. Take it as part of laundry list of discussions here. Your request is in my pocket.
ọ̀rọ̀ tó sọ yìí ọ̀ ń ṣeré ni àbọ̀ ń ṣe èrè ọ̀rọ̀ tó sọ yìí ọ̀ ń ṣeré ni àbọ̀ ń ṣe èrè.
But anyway, it didn't start today. So that was a call reminding you that just like others have been speaking, are we doing anything about it? Yes. Are we inspiring the yes. Nonsense. There was somebody who posted something online, and they said if they were the Nigeria's president, they would make a very brief, like a short statement after this Donald Trump's threat, just to send a signal to these guys and say, the game is up. And that would be like, those of you, those terrorists operating in Nigeria, especially those of you who killed 20 of my own citizens, Nigerians, this past week, we will find you. We will look for you. We will find you, and we will we'll kill you. Something like that comes from the president and say, well, I have hereby instructed the Nigerian, defense chiefs to put together this, something that inspires kind of like hope. But that's not called. Everybody around will be telling you that we are doing everything. But their soldiers are underpaid, poorly paid, right? Poorly armed as well, surprisingly, despite all the weapons they're getting, right? So they are still poorly paid, poorly, they don't have real weapons per se in some extent where they have overspent their own time. They have this shift. Sorry, they have this shift, right? For everyone they sent to the theater, they call it theater, right? When they send you to all these terror-prone areas, okay? So you are expected for your own mental health as a soldier. You are expected to be there for maximum of 6 months. Then after 6 months, you'll be sent somewhere else. Another batch will go, they'll send them back and all of that. Some of them are rotting away in that northeast, northwest, and other places where they have been told to keep playing defense. Keep playing defense. Nothing like attack or strike, so to say. So Tinubu and this gang continue to tell you that, people are being killed. Do we have challenges? Alaye, that's not promising. That's not presidential, but it's a baron, isn't it? A baron that put together thugs. Thugs like Wike, remember? That's really wicked. So for what happened yesterday in Abuja, some of you followed it, didn't you? Well, this morning, his own lapdog, Larry Olayinka, was on channels to tell us like what really happened or why that happened. So according to him, he said this retired naval admiral or something, okay, who bought a piece of land, and the piece of land was actually sold to him by fraudulent people, which means the whole purchase and all that was like questionable. So they would have preferred they would have preferred this retired naval staff to come to the Wike's office and let them sort it like that. But what this guy didn't say, for your information, is that from what I gathered out from what happened yesterday. So they said this retired naval officer, right, a 3-star general or something, right, who bought this land, now realized or discovered that among the lands that Wike has been like grabbing from these owners in Abuja, that Wike had delivered all these choice areas, not everywhere, choice areas, just choice lands. So Wike had increased the annual, is that called annual, by the way, land use charges, which you have to pay to Abuja's administration, right? If you're a landowner in Abuja, you probably will understand this. They said usually this was like ₦1 million per annum or something. So Wike had jacked that up already. to between 10 million and 15 million per plot of land. So there are others who have been caught up in that, landowners right now running a tasketa to try to pay their money so that Wike can say, oh, your own land is free, your own land is free. Some others who actually had the money to pay have discovered that Wike had cancelled their CFO. Like you have a land, you've had this land, you have all the papers, everything. Only for you to get to the ministry and they say, no, your CFO is no longer valid. Wike had cancelled it. So what are you going to do? Pay money for land use charges or buy the land again? Or what are you going to do? So they said, these are more where the things going on behind the scene. But Wike met his match, all right, in that naval officer who was posted to stop them. Okay, so Larry Olayinka, who was there to spin, was struggling to spin in that. In fact, he actually said the soldier was unruly, was on court to Wike, which actually wasn't true, right? Here.
Let's go back to how we got to that level. That particular land was allocated to a company in 2007, Santos Estate Limited, for park and recreation. Let me say this again. Allocated in 2007 for park and recreation. The company did not do anything on the land because that place is a parkway, it's a walkway, it's a road corridor. You don't build there. Then in 2022, the company wrote to the FCTA, the minister, oh, I want approval from you to convert the purpose to commercial. From park to build park. You know what park is and recreation, not permanent structures. Probably in anticipation of the minister's approval for conversion, the man decided to partition the land, a land allocated to him for park and recreation. He now partitioned the land and sold to people, including the former chief of naval staff. And that is why I want to say here that the former chief of naval staff was scammed. He was scammed. And he has realized that he was scammed. Instead of him to now come out and seek help, he resorted to use military might. Now, in 2022, the minister of FCT declined that request, did not grant the request for change of land use made by that company. That was where it ended. But he had already sold the land to people, giving them impression that the land use will change. Wike was not the minister then.
In 2022,
Wike was not the minister. Now, after selling land allocated to you for park and recreation, for people to build house, who should the former chief of naval staff go and hold? The person who scammed him or the government? He chose not to hold the person who scammed him, the company who scammed him. Now again, that particular portion has now been redesignated for the purpose of, if you know Abuja very well, you know how Babushi is. That is where you have Ministry of Works, Environment. That portion of the land, that parkway, is for public buildings and corporate buildings, not residential. Meaning that you cannot build residential house there. That is one. So as of today, Vice Admiral Gambo does not have a document, a title document, showing that he owns the land. He does not own the land. Now, assuming not considering that he has title documents and he owns the land, before you begin development of a land, there are processes you must pass through. One of such processes is to have a building plan. Building plan showing what you want to put on the land. And you take your building plan to the development control. See, you take your building plan to development control. The question Nigerians should ask Vice Admiral Gambo is, did he take his building plan on that land to development control and the development control approve the building plan. So,
nuisance, I'm going to tell you a story. Please listen. Oh, this is a true life story. And sometimes when you listen to these idiots, they probably believes that there are so many dumb people in Nigeria and there will be no backlashes and all that. They are so cunning, so tricky, and so evil. You see, when something comes to land and government, it is the most heinous thing that these criminal politicians always conspire. They don't give a damn about if your land was acquired through your sweat. No, they don't give a damn. Now, let me tell you that story. Sometimes in 2000, year 2000, almost 25 years ago, sometimes in year 2000, we had the local government chairman in Odogbolu. He is still alive, I think. His name is Ayokunle Bolujoko. So I have been involved in politics all of that time. Sure, I've been like around them. Now he had issue with one political leader in AD. That back then it was AD, Alliance for Democracy. You remember? So he was the executive chairman, the first one after military. Here you get. So this party leader, his own party leader, they were now talking about second term. You get me now? Because that was when they were like, local government will only spend 3 years. So they were talking about second term, which will happen sometimes maybe in 2003. It was like a year or two away. So it was obvious that this leader could possibly pose a problem of him getting his second term. So we're seated in his executive chairman's kind of like quarters. All right, I was there. And then they were talking about this old man. And then from the blues, like everybody was talking on this, try this, maybe we should try that, maybe we should call Kinikon, that stuff. Then this guy, our own chairman, just uttered and he said, all these things all of you are saying is very kind of, you are wasting your time. When I have his time, I will redraw the road, the map, the road network of this town. And which means I would tell everybody that, you see that place, he has his house, he built his house. That place was supposed to be a park. In fact, there was a road that was supposed to pass there. Because of him, he would demolish other maybe about 30, 40 houses there. Because of that man. He said it. He said it so casually that that thing stuck with me up to this day. The evil that could actually really go through the mind of criminal politicians. They can destroy everything in their path. And they will tell you that it is government. Yeah. If you want a map for that ministry to come out with a map that doesn't exist, that even the people who are the landowners there, they've never seen before, they will pull it out and say, well, this place was supposed to be, they will take the land, reallocate it, and then build houses there. The same thing they told you couldn't build. Government can come up with anything to take your land. Anything. These criminal politicians, because their business is not really to bring development. It is to exploit a potential development. And development means something that actually affects you positively. Here you get. Or have you ever seen anywhere that the casualty of their road construction, their disconstruction, have actually been ever been adequately compensated? When they take land from people for road construction, they take extra lands, which they are going to keep for themselves. That's how they do. And they don't even have to give it to themselves directly. So you say, okay, this is the governor's daughter. No. They are friends with all these fake companies. SPV, they call them. So, Larry Olayinka talking about the people who have had their lands, their documents. He's talking about them like they should bring the development approval. They should bring the plan of building approval. How do you get building approval? Now, this is not to excuse them. Don't get me wrong. you are expected, once you have your land, right? You are expected to present that land to government for verification. They've done all of that before this Wike emerged from anywhere. Are you with me? However, when he came on his own agenda, targeting people's lands, all he's got to do is to tell you that your document is fake. Oh, you got the land wrongly. Oh, the government allocated land to you back then. That government shouldn't have given you that much land. So we are taking this. Oh, they just need one reason. And you can't win. They are the government. I've got my documents here. This is my document. Because of you, they can attempt to destroy the lives of 1,000 other people just because of you. And that is what Larry Oleyinka was talking about. So here is his statement on the soldier guy, right? Like we all saw that video, didn't we? But now, Larry Oleyinka is telling us that guy was so rude to Wike. As how now? Talking about rude.
By the defense headquarters. So when people say that no step was taken, yesterday the minister called the chief of defense staff before he left his office. He called him and he told him, when he got to that place, the portion there, at the site, the minister also called the chief of defense staff. You see from the video that he gave his phone to that unruly officer.
You call him unruly?
Yes,
but
I'm coming because he was unruly. He gave the phone to him. See, as I'm here like this, I'm a Yoruba person. I'm from Ekiti. We respect authority, we respect elder. If my phone ring now and the person calling say, good evening, good morning, my name is Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, do you think I'll be sitting on this chair answering that call? I won't. I will stand up.
Yeah, but that says you.
But, yes.
That is your cultural...
The minister gave him phone to talk to the CDS. And I saw the way there was no sign that this person was even talking to the CDS. He was normal. Talking to this chief of defense staff. And I saw arrogance yesterday. That person, that fellow, that officer was referring to policemen, fellow uniform men, as bloody policemen. You can't talk to me like that. I am a commissioned officer. You can't talk to me. I am a commissioned officer. You bloody policemen. And the policemen also got angry. How can you, a uniform man, be ridiculing your fellow uniform people?
I'll just say, to our viewers, because we were unable to show the full length of the video owing to time, and also some things that were said there, we're not allowed to play them according to NBC codes. Let us drill down on that, because clearly, when you watch the full length of the video, the minister lost his temper at some point. And he called the officer a name that he ought not to have called the officer.
Anybody, any human being, even me, I lost my temper. See.
Nuisance, Lele.
Getting sick, a nuisance. He's talking about Yorubas, respectful, ways of respecting elders. And that has also sparked a debate. In Yoruba land, indeed, we are raised to be very respectful. Like, physically show it. Sure you get. So when you're talking to elders and all that. So it got so bad that these unscrupulous supposed elders have actually now chosen not to take responsibility. Do you understand? It's a very terrible situation because they've abused it. For you to be called an elder, you must sort of like have the character, the virtue of an elderly person who respects everyone, respects your peers. You don't lie to them. You don't treat them with disdain in a condescending way, and then expect them to just be like, sorry, sir. It's just, I'm happy, sir. Sorry, sir. Sorry, sir. Like you have to be shaking, pretentious. this has made a lot of us, or probably, a lot of us, to have played along ignorantly. There are some of these rogues that do not deserve your respect whatsoever. Yeah. When you see people who don't take responsibility, they are among the worst kind of people. You know, those who can easily tell you because they are older than you. They can easily tell you or talk you down, even if they are wrong. And you are not expected to talk back because you are raised not to talk. This useless idiot, you this foolish. Shut up your mouth, I'm talking. I say, why should I shut up my mouth? Because you're talking. You've got no respect for me. No regard. You look at me, you look, but you want me to be like, pretend that I come from a very good home. The homes that raised slaves, meek cowards, in the front of bullies. You are expected to show your own training. Don't say anything. He's older than you. You need to respect your elders. That's exactly what that old mofo, Larry Oleyinka, was trying to push. But at the end of the day, I love how, Mokwe put him in his place. I said, well, Wike was the one who was actually like verbally abusing this young man. What do you think about that? He lost his cool. Oh, yeah, that's right. Well, he lost his cool. Me too, I could lost my cool. Like, what the heck? You are not an enforcer. You are a minister. You are not an enforcer. But because it is the government of the rogues, for the rogues, and by the rogues, so what do you expect? Well, that is that. It's got a boss. His former boss, or maybe his second boss now. I don't know. His name is Paulishe. Now, Paulishe is the former governor of Ekiti, by the way, and a member of PDP too. But he's also an advocate of the demise of PDP as an opposition. Okay, so according to him, right, like Oleyinka himself. Okay, so according to Paulishe, doesn't seem to be anything that's going to stop Tinubu. And it's better right now for everybody to kind of like come to that time. For PDP, they are done for. And according to him, he won them last year on the same channel's television, but maybe people like now, people didn't take him serious. Yeah, that's foolish.
PDP. I particularly called you and I said to you that earlier today, that the mess in which your party has found itself, and I was so subtly begging some of you on television about the danger and implication of PDP collapsing totally. Now, what intrigues me is the fact that there is a substantive judgment of court where 3 leaders of the party, one chairman from Abia, another from Imo, they went and obtained, and I have a judgment of court on that matter. Here there was a court order in Ibadan, another ex-party order now in Abuja. What kind of mess has your party found itself?
Well, Shehu, let me thank you. Today, I was on this program about 3 weeks ago. And when you asked me to come, and I said, Shehu, I'm not a member of Channels TV. And you said this is a very important concern. You want me to throw light. And I hope you will allow me to do that. Well, I said it repeatedly on this program. And I've been able to tell Nigerians, not Shehu Kimbalue, the challenges confronted by a party whose big eggs, big players jump out of the waters. That clearly shows you the challenge of a PDP. And who is going to cure Jerusalem? Who is going to save Jerusalem when the people that are supposed to save Jerusalem has jumped out of the waters? That is a story for another day. And I said to you about a year ago that the PDP is in trouble. And if you don't find that solution on time, the party will be dead. And the party is dead. Now, the party is dead. Again, with all respect, my name is Ayo Fayoshi, popularly known as Oshokomole. Some people call him Peter the Rock. So I had to tell you the hard truth. And I want to say to you, Shehu, nobody in this country today has come to confront me to say, Fayose, you said this 10 years ago. You are saying it again today. Nobody. I'm yet to have that. PDP is in trouble. The trouble has gone bad, and they are in comatose.
PDP.
Just about to be buried. That's a foul issue. And he went on as well to buttress his point by saying, in case if you are doubting, there are already 2 governors on their way to go and join Tinubu again. The one I told you back then, Taraba and Plateau State. The governor of Plateau State sort of like denied that he was joining APC. But it seemed that he would have no choice. Because here is the problem now. For you to understand, again, what they have done to PDP, and possibly to others as well, okay, is that opposition is finished in that sense. Maybe they can pull another stunt any moment from now, but they are finished in that sense. So those who are lawmakers of PDP, listen to this. So those who are lawmakers of PDP in Abuja, they are state governors, and every state in Nigeria is currently formed, okay? Simply means that if you are running to contest any election in Nigeria as at for the 2027, there is a chance that you would have no national officers to sign your interest forms. And without them, you are not going to be able to contest an election. So Tinubu and Wike, they've boxed PDP to a side that it is as good as dead. But listen to Faulishe. He continued.
They said they are moving forward, but what's your own position?
Well, let me first of all say it is wrong of me to join and insult Dr. Diola Fesho. He's my friend, and I was part of the people who supported him to be the national vice chairman. We forget so quickly, but I will not join issues with him because he's not the issue, I'm not the issue. He shall remain my brother, I shall continue to love him. I will not descend to the arena. The moment you descend the arena, we will not make the sense out of this whole story. Well, let me say to you, when fish decays from the body, you can salvage it. But when the fish decays from head, you cannot salvage it. Currently, the PDP has decayed from the head. So salvaging the PDP is history. Dr. Diola Fesho said they are continuing. Anybody can continue in illegality, in whatever they choose to continue in. I won't join issues with him. But there is end for a certain man or a certain people. The end will justify these whole stories. Dr. Diola Fesho and I know each other very well. He knows what I'm talking about. He's my guy. So I understand his peculiarity. Let me leave it like that. Well, my brother, enjoy your evening, enjoy your romance. That is good. Anyway, Sheung, I've not come here for one day to deceive Nigerians about PDP. And I've not hid the fact that I will never leave PDP. I've not hid the fact that I am a great supporter of the president. Say Yoruba man. I stand to be corrected. And I've said to you severally that PDP is in trouble. I said this many months, many years ago. I equally came back here and said to you 3 governors will leave the PDP. After my visit here 3 weeks ago, Governor Diri left, who was actually the chairman of the campaign screening committee or whatever. He left them. I equally remember another governor left. That is Governor Zienugu. I can't remember. And the third one is Governor Taraba, who was handed over by the president to the national chairman of APC. Am I correct or wrong?
All right.
Am I correct? So when I come here to say the truth, Nigeria knows I don't play to the gallery. These 3 governors, another one will leave very soon. Governor Plateau will leave very soon. You may not answer me, but I'm telling you again. After Governor Plateau, another governor will leave. But when I come back here, I will remind you again. The truth is better said.
Dr. Faulishe, thank you so much indeed. Governor Ayodele.
You don't try. That's the state of PDP. They are planning to have their convention, by the way. I think it's going to be this weekend. Yeah. There's also another court injunction that says that another faction should be recognized by INEC. Now, all of this in this whole confusion, right? The time is ticking. So same thing is happening to this ADC as well, just for the mention, okay? Now, Asari Dokudump has also reacted. He's joined this, those who are speaking up in support of Wike, what happened yesterday, okay? So his own take, just before we continue.
So when I talk about Wike, Wike, a serving minister in the government, in where he has the power of a governor, goes to a place and a military officer, because he's wearing a military uniform, will come out and stop him from having access. And people are applauding that is courage. If it's courage, let him go to Sambisa now. I think they're looking for people in Sambisa. Let us not make an excuse. Is it guiding private property? Is that why they engage him in the military? This is me. I don't do anything for you to like me. Hate me. If today you just hate me small, hate me more now. Because the truth I will tell, have lived the way they want to live. A minister who approved the CFO does not have the power to go to the land for which he approved CFO for. He does not have power to go to the land or for which he approved CFO for. He has the power to approve CFO. What a funny country. Standing up. If he's not wearing that uniform and he stood up to Wike, I would have said yes. He's wearing a uniform. His people are carrying guns. So that is, it's like you are carrying gun, the other man is not carrying gun, and you say you are showing courage. What sort of courage are you showing? He has no business even protecting that property. That is not his primary area of assignment. He should go to his primary area of assignment. As far as I'm concerned, Wike has every official, he has every official authority to be there. As the superintending officer for Abuja, as the person who signed the CFO, and who has the power to revoke that same CFO. We might like him, we might like Wike, or we hate him. That does not matter in this case. It's his official position, and there's he has every right to be there. Number two, a military man is not superior to anybody in Nigeria. We are all equal under the Constitution of Nigeria. He chose to be in the military. Other chose to be in other places. Other chose to be teachers, to be doctors, to be engineers, to be wheelbarrow pushers, to be Meirua, Medoya. They chose to be. He chose. And it is not, the army is not open for everybody. You want to go to NDA, they do all these things, all sort of galaba, brala, like ping, entire, all those nonsense. It's not open to everybody. If everybody is allowed to go to NDA, like it's done, where military recruitment is open to everybody in every country, enlistment in the army is open to everybody, or is made compulsory, then we will say that some people are running away. When there's real war now, they will conscript people to come into the army to go and fight. And even those who they conscripted, they will not give them respect. What sort of rubbish mentality is that? And they want us to accept it. The military man should be reprimanded. He should be taken in and reprimanded. First, where he is, he was not supposed to be there. Two, the chief security officer of Abuja is Wike, and is subordinate to him, and whoever sent him is subordinate to Wike in Abuja. And that's the constitution.
Tear gas out. They tear gas it. He fell. He fainted. He passed out. He passed out. 70 years old man. But when their people came, tear gas.
Sorry, Dokudom. That's right. So people have shared the clip of Wike's encounter with other landowners who had all their documents presented, and Wike was, as usual, in his usual thuggery way, right? Treated them this way. It's a flashback. Remember this video?
This is Leader Council.
Hey, keep quiet. If you are educated, every man can get everything.
We know.
And that was what
now.
Went and sold land. He started doing anything. The Supreme Court said you don't have power. And all they did was to apply for us to please down them that they can agitation. You don't sit here to talk
So, do we go back to the area council? Do we go back to the area council and we're in court already.
Not if you like, go and carry across, and the worst one is go and carry across. Who told you we have across?
We did not harass you, sir. It's a lie, yo. We did not harass them, oh. It's a lie, yo. It is a lie, sir.
You know what we listen to you?
We never did, sir.
It's a wrong information.
It's a wrong information.
Lisa, we don't even know the reason why.
Sir, it's okay. Sorry.
Who told you can talk? If you think that you take something, you are not the only one. You have to be careful. Stupid. Because I came there to talk to you. I don't need to talk to you.
Sorry, sir.
Sorry, sir. Sorry, sir.
Sorry, sir.
If you don't know what to do, don't bring their guns.
No, sir. No, sir.
We have no guns.
No guns, sir.
Even tear gas, you can't see.
So that's typical Wike. That's the way he's been addressing everyone until he met Yerima. And Yerima humbled him so much that Wike that told him to shut up, get out of here. He was the one who ended up having to walk away. Wike. That was it. But that was AI, by the way, so it's not real. So don't freak out. Right? Now let's leave that and stop by in their Abuja, because we're in Abuja. So let's stop by in Abuja's university. But 2 days ago, Obayele Sowore was a guest of their own student union government. Somehow, when this school management got wind of that, they were not comfortable. So initially they cancelled it, or it was said to have been cancelled, the program. And then it was not cancelled. So what happened next? They told the campus security, they are called, in Abuja University, to ensure that Omoyele Sowore is told that he's not welcomed in the campus, on the campus. They do not want him. And in the kind of like exchanges, this is what happened.
The safety officer of the university.
Of course, that's why I'm talking to you now.
Yeah, by the virtue of the information received from the authority,
yes,
the management,
yes,
that there is no proper permission of your visitation here. Like there was no proper.
The student union did not take permission from them to visit.
Yes.
You are going to deny me permission because you don't have proper.
We are not denying permission. The capacity. We are not denying you, but we are just trying to.
No, I'm calling the guy. He's not picking up. But I don't. This is a university. It's a public place.
The
You are not supposed to be denied entrance or to a university, public university. Yeah, so but who said that you should not allow me inside?
The management.
Who is the man? The vice chancellor?
The management of the university is a team. It's not a team.
Bring my phone. Offer me a chair. I make my calls now. So we are the gate of the University of Abuja. We are denied entrance to attend the program by the Senior Union Government. The security people are telling us that.
Oh, yeah, you?
No.
This
is our interview now.
That's interview.
Okay.
No, it's not videoing you. No. Except you want to be popular, you can enter the video. You understand? Can you call they stopped us at the gate too. Can you call the student union leader to talk to them? He said he didn't take permission for us to come here. So they stopped us at the gate. I'm at the gate right now. So where is the student union president? And I'm calling him and he's not picking. I'm his guest. Why is he not here at the gate to ensure that there's proper opportunity to go into the campus? Nigerian universities are finished. I can't imagine that this will happen. Meanwhile, you allow all these thieves to come here all the time, ministers and head of parastatals, all these criminals. You allow them. You can't allow intellectualism to take place on the university. You don't know their things. You know their things. Yeah. So what is there a dress code in this university?
But what's even wrong with what you are? What she's wearing?
No, Nigerian universities are gone.
They have a pattern of they know. They are aware of
They have stopped the students from entering the campus. Entering the campus for a proper test. This is the whole work that I have to do. I will start from here. Who are above the age of 18, don't stop like this. Did the university make provision for buying clothes for them? You have provision for buying clothes for them?
Do you buy for them? That's the question. What is the rules? What's wrong with our dressing? What's wrong with your dressing? And you are even...
Go inside. And keep dressing like this. No, you need to dress like this, but with your foot.
Only them to read book, not to wear dress.
I don't know why people are stopping who are improperly. But the university system is gone, finished. I can't imagine what. At least we want something to do. We got the student who was improper.
So that's what happened. So while he was waiting, when he was stopped at the gate, so he saw the same security guys screening the students. Like the addresses and all that. It's crazy. Now, there is something even crazier. This one is a Yoruba. We are still trying to see, we're still trying to make the northern Nigeria see what religious extremism could do to a people, where they have made their region a breeding ground for Islamic extremism through different clerics who were believed to be teaching all these young people about Islam. But what else are they teaching them when you send your children to them? Listen to this one. It's in Yoruba, but I'll tell you the meaning if you don't understand Yoruba.
Àwọn students tí ń jáde Sanawi lónìí wọ́n ní stamina àwọn sọ̀hábà. Kí ló dé? Nítorí àwọn tí ń kọ́ wọn ní rúyà àwọn sọ̀hábà, wọ́n sì gbé muhimma àwọn sọ̀hábà lọ́wọ́. Kí ló rẹ̀ ni? It's a reality. Ẹ jẹ́ fún lápòjú ẹ̀kan. Gbogbo student ilé kí ẹ̀kọ́ wọn ní bọ́n ṣe máa ń yìnbọn. Ẹ̀kọ́ wọn ní bọ́n ṣe máa ń jagun. Ẹ̀kọ́ wọn ní bọ́n ṣe máa ń wẹ̀. Ebi Ànábì sọ pé gbogbo ọmọ tẹ́ ẹ bá bí pátápátá inú ẹ̀kọ́ tẹ́ gbọ́dọ̀ kọ́ wọn tó jọ̀ràn èèyàn láti lé òun ni bóòlù yẹn ṣe máa ń mú okùn bí yẹn ṣe máa ń wẹdò àti bí yẹn ṣe máa ń sùt. ókè mọ̀ bá kọ́ ń lé bá ìyá rẹ̀ ọ̀mọ́ ilé kí ó mú mọ́ wọ́n máa ṣe ọmọ ilé kí ó kan tí ò lè sùt. yóò máa bí léèrè ni pé ànàkùnrin ẹ̀kẹ́ láti sùt èzè ẹ̀yin gangan ẹ̀rù ọmọ bàyìn pé tí n bá kọ́ tán kí ni ó fi ṣe. ìgbà yẹn lẹ́ béèrè lọ́wọ́ ara yín pé ibo wọn á gbé ibo làwọn fi gbé yìí sí tó fi ní dandan ká kọ́ àwọn ọmọ wẹrẹ. kí ló dé kí ni ń rò kí ni ń wò yorùbá ní òye yìí àní mo ní ẹ̀kọ́ wọn má da jihadi ẹ má mú nǹkan tó pọ̀ jù ń bẹ̀ ju pé odò wíwẹ̀ gbogbo ọmọ ilé kí ọmọ odò wẹ̀ gbogbo ọmọ ilé kí wọ́n lè shoot ẹ bá ń ta rọ́bà ní ìsìn ẹyẹ ní ọ̀fẹ́ ń pa o ẹ bá sì ń ta fà ọ̀fẹ́ wọn.
So in case if you don't understand, right? So that guy is a Yoruba Islamic preacher. And according to him, they need to begin to teach their children modern jihad. Like you don't really need to pick some things, but you need to teach them two things for a start: how to swim and how to shoot. Because the children today, I mean, they have no such a training. But the Muslims must begin to teach their children modern jihad. So lastly, it was like the children who are currently shooting anything today, they are probably just using catapult to shoot at a bird, to kill birds. But you need to teach them how to shoot gun. You have to teach them modern jihad. So this ideology, extremism, have been already creeping, if they have not actually already crept into Yoruba land. But once in a while, when we get to capture the moment these guys are passing this extremist ideology through their own, to their own congregation, it's ideal to raise alarm. They are not just making noise; they are being properly funded. So Northern Nigeria that funded this same Islamic jihad ideology today, we know what it is like, and we know what the rest of Nigeria is as well. So those who are pushing their Sharia down south and the rest, they already have the awaiting, foot soldiers who are going to help them spread whatever it is they are or they are bringing to us. And it's not good. I don't think it's going to be anything good. That's why I share that with you. Take a look at the state called Zamfara. There is a community there. Now, the real indigenous people of this community have left, all of them, because the terrorists took over the entire community. And they turned it to this, a mining field. That's somewhere in Zamfara. So after the jihadists came, killed and destroyed as much as possible, they turned the entire area into a new town, but it's like a mining town. They call them artisanas now in Zamfara. The real owners of the place have been chased away. That's one. So, just thought I should mention that before we wrap it up this evening. So, Nigerian Army also paraded, I think they said it's rescued 80 people from this terrorist in Borno also.
Kai, dan yi baya mana kawo. Kuma ba ki zama wuri ɗaya ku zan ubanki.
Okay.
Thank you, Nigeria Army. So they have been sharing a lot of what they call their own efforts in combating these terrorists. But unfortunately, the terrorists that kidnapped all those people, they said they're like over 80 rescued. There was no single terrorist killed in the operation. So according to them, the terrorists left all their bikes, their guns, and they ran away. And they left those victims for the Nigerian soldiers to rescue them. Good job, yeah? Indeed. Thank you very much for your time. Let's go to bed, right? I am going to see you another time, but please, right, like the broadcast if you haven't already. Subscribe to the channel as well if you haven't. Join me next time on Maiyegun's Diary Politico. Until then, have a wonderful evening.
Maiyegun làwa mọ̀ làmọ̀ tó dòdòdò. Maiyegun Diary Maiyegun làwa mọ̀ làmọ̀ tó dòdòdò. Maiyegun Diary Maiyegun ti dé o ọ̀rẹ́ ará ìlú. Maiyegun Diary lórí Facebook lórí YouTube. Maiyegun Diary gbogbo bó ṣe ń lọ ni Maiyegun já wa sí. Maiyegun Diary àṣírí ọ̀jẹ̀lú kì í bò níbẹ̀ o. Maiyegun Diary bó bá ṣe àní Maiyegun máa wí. Maiyegun Diary ó sì tún ṣe eré wàá gbọ́ níbẹ̀ o. Maiyegun Diary Maiyegun Diary Diary Politico. Maiyegun Diary Godfatherism kò sí lọ́rọ̀ Maiyegun. Maiyegun Diary ẹ farabalẹ̀ sẹ́ o kẹgọ́rọ̀ lẹ́nu o. Maiyegun Diary àní Maiyegun làwa mọ̀ tó dòdòdò. Maiyegun Diary àní ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Maiyegun ti dé. Maiyegun ti dé. ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Maiyegun ti dé. àní ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Maiyegun ti dé. lórí Facebook. Maiyegun ti dé. àní ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Maiyegun ti dé. lórí YouTube. Maiyegun ti dé. àní ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Maiyegun ti dé. bọ́ bàbá gbé wúrẹ́. Maiyegun máa wí. àní ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Maiyegun ti dé. ijó ìgbádìyẹ. Maiyegun máa wí. àní ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Maiyegun ti dé. bí pẹ̀sìdó bá rúfin o. Maiyegun máa wí. àní ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Maiyegun ti dé. bí gómìnà kówó jẹ. Maiyegun máa wí. àní ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Maiyegun ti dé. ọlọ́pàá tí ń darí bá àní ẹ̀sùn lájú aṣòfin tí ń rúfin òwò àní ẹ̀sùn lájú òwúrọ̀ olóṣèlú àní ẹ̀sùn lájú ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀sùn ràgì àní ẹ̀sùn ràgì. Maiyegun ti dé gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀sùn ràgì. Maiyegun ti dé gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀sùn ràgì. Ṣùgbọ́n ní bá ti ṣe èyí tó yẹ kí wọ́n ṣe ọmọ bá dèrò ní fi wọ́n níran o.
Maiyegun ti dé gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀sùn ràgì. Maiyegun ti dé gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀sùn ràgì. Ṣùgbọ́n ní bá ti ṣe èyí tó yẹ kí wọ́n ṣe ọmọ bá dèrò ní fi wọ́n níran.
Wọ́n fowó bẹ́ẹ̀ o Maiyegun ó sọ pé wọ́n ò bẹ́ẹ̀. Wọ́n fowó bẹ́ẹ̀ Maiyegun ó sọ pé wọ́n ò bẹ́ẹ̀. Oníkan ṣáàtì ṣe èyí tó yẹ kí wọ́n ṣe fáwọn ará ìlú tó gbé wọn débẹ̀ o.
Maiyegun ti dé gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀sùn ràgì. Maiyegun ti dé gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀sùn ràgì. Ṣùgbọ́n ní bá ti ṣe yìí tó yẹ kí wọ́n ṣe ọmọ bá dẹ́rọ̀ òní fi wọ́n níran.
Kì máa yí ṣeré ọ̀rọ̀ yìí kì í ṣẹ̀fẹ̀. Kì máa yí ṣeré ọ̀rọ̀ yìí kì í ṣẹ̀fẹ̀. Ẹni bá ti lè lẹ́bọ̀ lẹ́rù o ọmọ bá dèrò kàṣàyè tú wọn síta.
Maiyegun ti dé gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀sùn ràgì. Maiyegun ti dé gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀sùn ràgì. Ṣùgbọ́n ní bá ti ṣe yìí tó yẹ kí wọ́n ṣe ọmọ bá dẹ́rọ̀ òní fi wọ́n níran.
Tẹnitẹni ọmọ Maiyegun ọ̀rẹ́ ara ìlú mọ̀mọ́ ni mo fọlọ́run ṣọ́ ẹ̀ bá kìlẹ́bù. Lóòótọ́ olódodo ìlú ọ̀tá ìlú mọ̀mọ́ ni ìwọ ṣá máa ń ṣọ́ra kò sì mọ́ bẹ̀rù. Bọ́tà ń lérí bóníṣègùn lé káwọn mọ̀mọ́ fi ṣera wọn ni ó ti dẹrùn tí wọn ò gbọ́dọ̀ sì mọ́bẹ̀. Èèpo ọ̀gọ̀lọ́mọ bá dérò tàjẹ́ ò gbọ́dọ̀ jẹ́ ó ti dọba lórí àbínú ẹni kò sì mọ́ bùyà. Àìsíwọ́lu ní ẹnìkẹ́ ìgbódì ẹyin lábàrá o ó kó ẹni tó bá dán o àkàmù. Maiyegun ti dé gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀sùn ràgì. Maiyegun ti dé gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀sùn ràgì o. Ẹni bá ti ṣe èyí tó yẹ kí wọ́n ṣe ọmọ bá dèrò ní fi wọ́n níran o.
Maiyegun ti dé gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀sùn ràgì. Maiyegun ti dé gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀sùn ràgì. Ṣùgbọ́n ní bá ti ṣe yìí tó yẹ kí wọ́n ṣe ọmọ bá dẹ́rọ̀ òní fi wọ́n níran.
State governor. So, being somebody who enjoyed 8 years of executive lawlessness when he was governor in Rivers State, right? So he continued that in Abuja. So when Wike became the minister of Abuja, everything everything done by his predecessors, right, were almost like cancelled. So for example, Abuja has been existing before Wike even ventured into politics. And successive governments have come and gone. And if you understand the history of land in Abuja, especially from the military era, land in Abuja, after they successfully chased away the real indigenous people of the land by taking almost like 80% of their land as government land, from military time to the civilian era, lands in Abuja had always been like a gift that they share among themselves, that you have to just pay patronage sum of what have you. But they have something that can invalidate that privilege if you fail to pay what they call the land use charges or something. So when Wike came in, the first thing he discovered was that some people have actually stopped paying completely. Rather than the government to now write them and say, pay this up, here you get, or else you're going to be fined. That wasn't the option Wike was giving them in Abuja. Wike discovered that tens of thousands of properties in Abuja and the lands, right, have not been paying their land dues. Not that because they have any wrong document, or not that they're encroaching on the lands, or no. To some, Wike was surprised, how did some of these military officers manage to acquire this massive land in Abuja? So he wanted part of it. For those who have lots of land, whether you are an organization, or they either take it away from you outrightly, or they will take like a 60–70% of the land from you. Yeah. Ordinarily, you would think, oh, it's just, probably Wike is just implementing government policy that some others have not done before. Now, if you want to implement government policy when it comes to land, and you are not trying to grab people's land, right? When people who are genuine owners with government document issued by successive government to them, right? So when the genuine owner presents the genuine document and you realize that you've not been paying your charges though, say, okay, fine. How much charges do I need to pay? If they fail to pay, what government does is either to refer it to debt collectors or fine them. But that's not the plot of Wike. It is purely land grabbing. So he's got all his eyes on some certain areas. And the way he's doing it, right, is this. He will use the media, okay? Initially, right, they will say, these guys they don't have any document, or their documents are fake. Like as if to say it is easier for me and you to just walk to any part of Nigeria today and begin to build on the land. You understand? Like without any form of transaction, connection, or what have you that happened. No. So with Wike, more than 100,000 property owners in Abuja, including lands, 100,000 people or properties like that, right? They were stolen by people. Government was not aware. All those properties is demolishing. All those houses that have been there for 30, 40 years, that is demolishing. He's demolishing them because to him, they stole the land. So he always goes everywhere with the media so that they will be able to, you know what I mean, like capture some of those times when he's like grandstanding, throwing his weight all around. People are hailing him and all of that. The real landowners, the real owners that have taken their lands will be all over the place crying, calling for help. Everybody will just look at them and look away. Then it moves to the next one, to the next one. So in Abuja, there have been soldiers like retired majors and all of them who have been like, Wike has taken their land. He's taking the land of Julius Baja, University of Abuja. Name or who you be. So that's the kind of the braggadocio that Wike is using. All he has to tell you is just to say, those people stole the land. They encroached on it. Their documents were fake. They were not fake until Wike became the FCT minister. And sadly, because like I said, he's not doing it alone. As he is stealing the land from them, he is reallocating them to himself, his children, family members, friends, politicians alike, including judges in Abuja. They are all getting this free land reallocation after taking them from this, so that you won't be able to say, maybe Wike is stealing the land for himself alone. No. He's carrying all of them along. So if you want to cry to any institution, for example, let's go to courts. Let's go and call this. You know what I mean? So then you get to court, you realize that the judges themselves have gotten their own share. Apart from him building houses for them, Wike mad gone. He will clear all this place, like this entire place now, take all their lands, use the media to guard them, and that will be their end, right? Then Wike will say, oh, we are going to build the judges' quarters on that place. We're going to build this or that there. So you see the rest of the expanse of land, yeah, you won't even have to ask him what he's doing with the rest. So what happened today in Abuja is one of those situations where the homeowners or landowners in Abuja have been told that their documents were fake. And because they are fake to Wike, the only authority that can tell you if your document is original or if it's fake. So to Wike, all of them are fake. They can go anywhere, they can use all their connections. It doesn't give a damn until this morning. So it was said that, as usual, Wike was carrying out his regular demolition again in Abuja to take people's lands. So one major, which I don't know, I think I've got his image. No, I don't. I moved it afterward, but I may actually like show you, right? So one major who happened to be probably a naval officer as well, okay, decided to go band for band with Wike. So Wike sent his bulldozers to go on and do the job. Government has given the order and all of that, right? However, by the time they got to this location, this land, they met some soldiers, okay? And those one told them that do not touch. Here you get, like, walk away. So that was where the whole encounter, I think, started from. So those ones went away because the soldiers were armed. And they told them that if they move an inch, if you drive that tractor a bit further, we're going to shoot you. And it is Nigeria, show you guys. So sometimes, I mean, we have seen police officers, got beaten up by the Nigerian soldiers. So meanwhile, they were supposed to be of the same government or the same, system, right? So those ones went back to go and call Wike. Wike, the minister of yeah. Because that's what he does. So he decided that, who are those people? What soldier? In this Abuja, like usual. So he called this convoy in the, the usual intimidating way. Let's go there. Get there, which that person? This, Indeed, when Wike got there, with like hundreds of his own policemen, DSS, and God knows what, right? And then praise singers. When Wike got there, as usual, he realized that these guys were not actually like faced. They were not moved. So they're acting typical soldiers, like, you know what? The only order we got was to make sure that nothing happens to this property, nothing happens to this land, and you do nothing here. So if that's going to change in the next minute, it will have to come from the person who posted us here. While some Nigerians are like, kind of like supporting this military officer or standing up in front of Wike, when Wike decided to go toe-to-toe with him, like to his face, calling him a fool. You are a fool. You are a fool. That one was like, no, I'm not a fool. I'm not a fool, sir. So standing up there, usually Nigerians believe that it doesn't matter. Knowing who Wike was, right? And what Nigeria also is as well, right? That soldier, the moment the minister showed up, like minister like Wike, the moment he showed up, the soldiers would just move aside. This one was like, no. Sorry. So the entire encounter, the exchanges, is what went viral this afternoon. Because if there is a politician in Nigeria today, that people are waiting for his complete destruction and disgrace or whatever, Wike is one of them, like genuinely, and he also himself, he knew, he kind of like knows that himself, right? So Wike has one single lifeline, and the best prayer is for that lifeline not to be pulled. And that is that is a Tinubu. If Tinubu should first downgrade Wike from that Abuja to something, and after a few months removed him, I don't know what life would be like for Wike outside the current bubble that he lives in. So others are like, no, that soldier might have acted a little bit out of order because Wike is representing the presidiot, the Tinubu. Since he is a representative of the presidiot, therefore the soldier should see Wike as the representative of his own commander-in-chief. Nigerians now, everybody is debating it right now. Now, don't let me keep you waiting for too long in case if you haven't really seen it. Okay, I bet a lot of you have already. There are many parts to it that I'm going to share with you this evening as well. Not just that long one, there are others too. But let's say the first one, the long one, when Wike walked straight to this young man and demanded that, on whose authority are you here to stop my people from taking over this land? And these exchanges happened.
So let me say, I request to enlighten you. So there's no such thing as former vice president. Why Sadiya is vice president? It's not okay. It's still not
Sorry, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Show me the document you have. You have no document.
I have documents.
Bring the document.
I have documents and everything has been submitted.
Excuse me. I'm a minister. You cannot tell me. You cannot tell me that. We cannot continue to add in this impurity. Where the approval even to people. You cannot continue this way. This country cannot continue along this line. How can that man at his level, even if he has a problem, he cannot reach me?